ratifications and hindering implementation. This is harming societies and individuals, especially women survivors of violence and their children. The position is impeding progress that is urgently needed to save the lives, health, and freedom of millions of women and girls in Europe. This opposition instills unreasonable fear in people regarding the convention, such as the fear that they might contribute to human extinction. They go so far as to say that the Istanbul Convention leads to human extinctions because the women will not want to have children anymore, and such atrocities they are talking. Such demonization and lies are both dangerous and irresponsible. Therefore, we need to understand the anti-gender movement to be able to counteract through joint efforts of government, civil society institutions, and international organizations. The next, please. I suggest that we work together in WAVE and in other transnational networks, and that we form an additional monitoring body, a shadow review committee, to monitor the implementation of the Istanbul Conventions in all countries, which are not parties yet to the Istanbul Convention or not anymore. And I call upon all donors and governments supporting the Istanbul Convention to fund such an initiative and to ensure that the Istanbul Convention will always stay the Istanbul Convention and that it will be monitored in every country, including Turkey. Patriarchal leaders argue that they do not need the Istanbul Convention, that they have their own national provisions to prevent violence against women and domestic violence. But this is not true. As Grevio member, I was one of the rapporteurs evaluating Turkey, as you have heard. Despite the progress Turkey has made in the past decades, not least because of the active women's movement in the country, there are many gaps in the system of support, protection, and prevention, costing women's and children's life, health, and freedom. The same is the case, by the way, in other countries. Turkey is not the only one. You can see in the Grevio report on Turkey a long list of recommendations what Turkey has to improve the situation. I also want to express my gratitude and appreciation for the thousands of experts and actors in Turkey, in women's and in civil society organizations, as well as in different professions and in state institutions and the judiciary, who have been working ceaselessly for the support and protection of survivors and continue to do so. Thank you all. We will continue to work together. Next, please. I also want to thank all experts by experience of the world, the women and girls, survivors of violence, who are speaking out against their torturers and against the unjust system, denying them the right to live an independent life free from violence, a life of their own, free from a husband that exploits and beats them, free from a partner or a family they have to serve like slaves. These are not the family values we want to uphold. These are not the family values we miss in the Istanbul Convention. These are tyrannies that we will not accept anywhere on this planet and continue to fight. And here we have a wonderful picture of more activists from Turkey for the Istanbul Convention. And you really give us hope, and you're a great example for us everywhere in all European countries. Next, please. The conference title is Feminist Approaches to Social Work in the Struggle Against Male Violence, World Experiences. I want to start by looking at violence against women from a global perspective. And as you know, the striking issue here is male violence against women and girls is a global problem. There is no country in this world where women and girls live free from violence. In all countries, they are subjected to various forms of violence, discrimination because of their gender. Women are exploited, for instance, through unpaid work, low-paid work or forced work, clandestine work, forced marriage, and sexual exploitation. Women and girls experience violence in every area of society, at home, in the so-called private or domestic sphere, in relationships, in public, at the workplace, in institutions. Even women parliamentarians are subjected to sexual harassment and violence. Women suffer violence at all ages, from sexual abuse in early childhood to cyber violence against teenage girls, violence and rape, neglect and beatings of senior women. There is no age at which women can live free from violence, and no political situation either. Women and girls are subjected to violence both in times of peace and in times of armed conflict and war, in authoritarian states as well as in democracy. But we can see clearly that in democracies with a developed welfare state guaranteeing basic human rights, women have much better chances to free themselves and to organize against male violence and discrimination. Next, please. Violence against women and girls is not a cultural problem. It's a question of power rooted in the historically unequal power relationships between women and men. Violence is one of the crucial mechanisms by which women are forced into subordinate positions. As British sociologist Sylvia Bowlby argues, it's a domain, a part of our system, which is connected to other domains, such as the economy. Bowlby shows that the economic crisis has increased the rate of violence and in general, and violence against women and domestic violence specifically. And the same, I think, is the case now with the COVID pandemic. Globally, there's more violence committed in interpersonal relationships than in war and armed conflict. And in a majority of cases, women and girls are the victims. As I said, there is no escape for women and girls from violence and discrimination. If women and girls ask, where am I really safe? The honest answer is nowhere. Nowhere in society and at no times of their lives are women and girls really safe. Now that sounds like a very depressing message for me on a Saturday morning, no? But I don't want to depress you. I also know I can't depress you because you're active and you will not give up. But I think it's important that we say that so clearly also to our institutions, to the people who work in this field, how the system of violence and discrimination is keeping women in unacceptable situation, and that is a general, it is more needed than just to provide some laws. And that's also why it is so important that women's organizations and social work institutions create safe places where women and their children can heal and are empowered. That's the whole reason why we need safe spaces for women and girls. Women and girls only safe spaces because of the magnitude and the character of the problem we face. Safe spaces such as women's shelters, women's centers, and women's helplines. Next, please. The big question is, why are our societies still accepting this amount of violence every day?
Hi, Rosa, you just muted yourself.
Sorry. Imagine that in France, Italy, or Turkey, every third man would be regularly abused or beaten by a woman, or that 2 or 3 men per week would be killed by their wives because they ask for a divorce. This is almost beyond our imagination, and luckily we don't want it like that. And it would certainly cause a political uproar. Politicians would mobilize all means to stop the violence. With violence against women and girls, this is not the case. It is so common. It is perceived as normal. We don't even blink an eye if a woman is murdered. It just makes a few lines in the newspapers. Even if violent men threaten that they will kill their wives, they are often not stopped. They remain free to carry out the deed. If this would happen to, let us say, the mayor of Vienna or another city, that an aggressor would beat him up several times without being arrested and then killed, someone would have to take political responsibility. The head of police or justice system would be expected to resign. Not so if a woman is killed by her husband after a long history of abuse, especially if she happens to be just a migrant woman or a migrant worker. So this is a very concerning picture that we have there. And I think it's our work to make that also, to address that every time, because our social work, our help for survivors depends on the knowledge about this kind of problem. Next, please. So we have another nice picture that I've used from your great movement. It's a poster against the midnight decree, because I think Erdogan was announcing it midnight. And of course, it made the women angry. And so this also gives us a power to continue our struggle. Next, please. I argue that there is no constant outcry when it comes to violence against women, because the violence serves a purpose. The purpose to oppress and exploit women and to keep them in their place. That's also very, can be a very depressing thought or analysis, that actually the violence is accepted and perpetuated because it serves the cause to keep the women in their place. Does this sound exaggerated? Well, unfortunately, it is not. It's the truth that explains why there is still so much violence against women, and why, after decades of work against it, states still have not even managed to reduce the amount of violence, as prevalent surveys and campaigns, such as the Me Too campaign, have shown. Violence serves to intimidate women, to restrict our freedom. It creates barriers to what we want to achieve. It weakens and injures us. It makes us live in fear every day. Women and girls are not born vulnerable. They are made vulnerable. Next page. Another dangerous mechanism for women is the culturalization of violence. Right-wing groups and parties have created the narrative of the refugees raping our women, a narrative instilling fear and hate against refugees and asylum seekers. Such propaganda often aims at gaining votes, and unfortunately it works. As I have to admit, also works in Austria. We have a government that is gaining votes every month by expressing that they will not take a single refugee from the Greek islands or from Afghanistan. I apologize. It's very sad for me to be in such a situation. We're just hoping now that we get rid of this chancellor. There is some hope, because they're deeply involved in corruption, as it's not a surprise. But we have this very dangerous creating hate against certain groups. And the culturalization of violence is dangerous. The attribution of violence to certain cultures does not lead to more protection of victims, but to less. To give an example, our center brought 2 cases of women with Turkish background who were murdered. We brought the case before the CEDAW committee. You probably know these cases. And CEDAW decided that the authorities had violated the rights of both women to be protected from violence. The Austrian authorities, however, denied any responsibility, and they argued that the death threats by the perpetrators prior to the murder had to be seen in the light of their cultural background and had therefore been considered as not serious. Now, this has not really been fundamentally changed in Austria, this attitude, but it's now combined with even more racism. So migrant women and migrant families really facing huge troubles in receiving adequate help. Okay, next. Oppression and exploitation of women are often hidden and denied, and facts are ignored. Beliefs are used as excuses for inaction. Women are equal anyway. Patriarchy does not exist in our countries. Feminists are making it all up. The problem is individualized. Women are accused of having chosen the wrong man, gone out late alone, or of being overly sensitive. Women are told to avoid going to certain places or wearing certain clothes. They're warned that they shouldn't dress or act in a provocative way. Even women killed by men are blamed post-mortem in the courtroom for having provoked the murder, when they cannot raise their voice anymore. Men are rarely sanctioned for violence, and impunity rates are high in all our countries. Reporting rates are low because women fear to take action. Even if they do, chances are high for the perpetrator to get away with their act. In Austria, only 14% of sexual violence charges lead to a conviction. Most of the cases reported are dropped because there is no evidence. The testimonies of women are often not regarded as evidence because judges are biased and do not believe what women victims of violence say. Victim blaming is widespread as a part of the system of oppression of women with no escape. But still, women are not passive victims. They work together. They try to protect themselves and their children and to prevent the worst. They organize and resist the violence and blame. Next, please. And here's another wonderful picture of the Turkish feminist sisters. Next, please. We are here to change the violence and discrimination women and girls face. Feminist approaches in social work and in the social system play an important role in it. Feminist approaches mean that we do not individualize the violence, but we see it as a systemic problem that needs system change. This includes, as mentioned, specialist women's support services for all women victims of violence and their children, applying a gender-sensitive, intersectional approach. Next, please. Specialist help by women's support services needs to be provided to all women, as I have said, and this is also based on the Istanbul Convention. Even if the Istanbul Convention is not ratified by your country, you can ratify it. We can all ratify it as groups and as groups working against violence. So it applies, we can apply the Istanbul Convention. Access to services has to be immediate 24/7. That's a problem in many countries, that the access to services is restricted. Often it's also a very bureaucratic procedure, waiting lists, all that needs to be removed so that there is an easy and immediate access to the specialized support. And of course, it matters what kind of services that are. They have to be human rights based. Human rights based means that they have to respect the rights of the survivor and their rights to take decisions, their right to say, to decide on their lives. They have to be victim-centered, look at the situation of each victim individually. And of course, they have to be gender sensitive because, as we have seen, this is not a gender neutral problem. Women's support services should provide independent support, focusing on the rights and needs of victims. It needs to be offered without discrimination on any ground, such as age, disability, nationality, gender identity, and sexual orientation, migrant or refugee status, or any other status. Undocumented migrant women and children, women with disabilities need to have full access to services. Next, please. So now are we in Europe concerning specialist women's support services? Just to give you a short glimpse, I call it the map of gaps. Women's shelters. We have approximately 2,350 women's shelters in Europe, according to the WAVE report 2019 from 46 countries. These figures are an estimation because it's very difficult for the WAVE office to establish the real numbers, but it's approximate numbers that you can count on. These shelters provide about 32,000 places for women and children. According to the minimum standard in the Istanbul Convention, there should be one place per 10,000 inhabitants. So 84,000 places would be needed, but 52 are missing. So we have a huge gap in safe spaces in women's shelters. When it comes to women's helpline, 35 countries have a national helpline, but only in 25 countries, the helpline operates 24/7 and free of charge. So there's still a lot to do for our governments in all countries on the providing specialist women's support services, not only in Turkey, but in many countries. Next, please. The specialist support services alone are not enough. Women need social and economic rights to be able to live a life free and from violence. This includes right to affordable housing, a very, very important economic right. We have also pointed that out in many Gravy reports, including also the Turkish report, that the lack of housing is forcing women to stay with the violent partner. It's forcing women to stay in shelters, and they should not have to remain in these situations. They should have the right to affordable housing everywhere. The right to free and affordable health care, of course, the right to education and training, access to the labor market, adequate financial aid, free health care, and the right to organize and establish groups and programs for the empowerment of women and girls in all regions. The self-organization is the core element of empowerment. Women don't want to be clients only. They want to be actors. They want to actively work for their rights and their better lives. Next, please. So again, we have a wonderful picture of the sisters with the rainbow flag. My conclusions. In order to reach the goal of preventing violence against women, domestic violence, financial and human resources need to be increased considerably globally. Currently, the sector is completely underfunded. Even in the countries who have a good system, like Austria, for instance, or had until a few years ago, we have just not enough support for the victims. We have not enough places in shelters. We have not enough time for each woman. The standard, for instance, in the intervention center where we serve 6,000 survivors, and you will hear Tamar Chitak tomorrow, the standard is that we only have 5 hours per survivor per year. This only gives us the possibility to provide crisis support. Now we just fought for more money and the government gave us 50% more funding, but it was a long fight. So without adequate resources and investments, the goal to reduce and prevent violence will not be reached in the next 100 years. Can we afford these investments? We can. Imagine we would have 1.747 trillion US dollars. I can't even imagine how much that is. This is a number we took from the Women's from Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. So they counted in 2013 that this was the world military spending, 1.747 trillion US dollars. So what could we do with this money, for instance? Next page. With this money, we could fund UN Women for 6,300 years. Imagine how much money goes into militarization, the production of arms and bombs, as well as wars and armed conflicts, cost enormous sum, and they reproduce toxic masculinities and destruction. As a result, financial resources for social and economic rights, affordable housing, education, health, culture, the environment, and other important issues are missing. So I want to end with a quote from the Beijing Platform for Action from 95, where the delegates to the conference made a recommendation to the governments, asking them to generate new public and private financial resources inter alia through the appropriate reduction of excessive military expenditures, including global military expenditures, trade in arms, and investment for arms production and acquisition. So we want the governments to fulfill what they have promised in 95, to reduce the military spending and to invest in the life and health and freedom of women and girls. Thank you. The last, I can't read, unfortunately, the text, but I really like these ladies with their clown faces. So I thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was not too long and that we have some time for discussion. Thank you.
Rosa, bu harika sunum için çok teşekkürler. Son dönem yaşadığımız hem bütün bu saldırıları hem de bu süreci toparlayıp bize özetlediğin ve bizimle kurmuş olduğun bu uluslararası dayanışma için gerçekten çok teşekkürler. Şu anda programımızda bir 10 dakikamız var, 15 dakikamız var soru cevap için. Sorularımızı Q&A bölümüne yazılı olarak iletebilirsiniz. Sizden şu anda soruları bekliyoruz. Bir soru geldi şu anda. Size çok kişisel bir soru geldi Rosa. Bir kişisel soru. Ne zaman feminist olmaya karar verdiniz gibi bir soru iletildi şu anda. Şu anda arka arkaya sorular düşüyor. Ben ilk o soruyla açayım, sonra diğerlerini teker teker okuyayım Rosa senin için.
Well, good question. I was born in a rural, quite poor area in the south of Austria. And my parents, luckily, were very, also they came from a very poor rural background. They were very determined that their children should go to school and have a good education. And also with the social improvement in the 70s in Austria, the children had better conditions to go to school. We got free books and so on. So I was a very active pupil already in my gymnasium, and there I didn't have any connections there yet with the feminist movement, but I did have connections with political movements. And it was then when I moved to Vienna, when I was 18, together with other women, that we got, there were in Vienna, there was a house was occupied by feminists who were demanding a women's shelter and a women's center. That was in 76. You see, I'm quite old. So I got involved in this movement of occupying, and that's where I became a feminist. And when I studied social work, I discontinued. So after I finished my studies, I already started to work I formed a group together with other women to establish the first women's shelter in Austria. So that was my history. Thank you for this question. I like personal questions also because, you know, in the women's movement, we have this saying that the personal is political. And the other way around also, of course. Thank you.
Gelen birkaç soru yeniden birleştirerek paylaşacağım Roza. Cevabın için de teşekkürler. Bir soruda şiddetin kültürleşmesinden bahsettik. Peki bunun bu şekilde normalize edilmesinin önüne geçebilmek için atmamız gereken en önemli adım nedir sorusu var. Bir başka soru, LGBTİ artıların maruz kaldığı ayrımcılık ve şiddet hakkında neler düşünüyorsunuz? Ve bir başka soruda dünya sermayesi silaha ve savaşa yatırım yapmaya devam ederken biz nasıl şiddetsiz bir dünya yaratacağız? Bu konu hakkında ne düşünüyorsunuz?
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to, what was the first again?
Şiddetin kültürleşmesinden bahsettik. Şiddetin kültürleşmesinin normalize edilmesinin.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think the first step is often with these phenomenons that we have to name them. We have to detect them. We have to become aware of them. And for instance, just an example came to my mind. The police in Vienna, they have a press center, and they decide. The press center decides which cases, which police work is made public and which is not. And so we detected that when they report about violence, it's often the violence from migrants in migrant families, and they also say that. So that's for me. That's maybe even more than culturalization. It's already racist. So we have to we try to engage them in a discussion. We say you can't do that. It has to be proportionate. You have to you shouldn't make the picture that all violent men are migrants or asylum seekers. Unfortunately, because we have a quite right-wing big party in the government, the police did not really listen completely to us. So they do now report about the nationality of the perpetrator. So, but at least they have to name every person, every nationality. So you can read an Austrian man was so-and-so, and then you can read Romanian man so-and-so. But I think it's still not good. I think they shouldn't name the nationality because in our climate of hate, it's not good to focus on that. Oh, the second, LGBTIQ rights, also very important, and I'm very concerned about the developments, the serious attacks on LGBTIQ rights also in many EU countries, it's very important that we include that, we are aware of it. Not only because I'm a lesbian myself, but because we need to make sure that these groups are not discriminated against. And the arms, and what should we do? Again, I think the women's movement and maybe also WAVE can found coalitions with other women's groups like Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. We have just formed a new work group in Austria. There didn't exist once for many years. So to make this combination of interpersonal violence and violence in public and war, because we know as feminists that this is connected. So I think we have to make these connections more, especially about the militarization of our societies does in the area of violence against women, and to name it and just make these connections. Yeah, and yeah.
Thank you, Rosa. The other question is about young women. Do you have any suggestions for young women who would like to pursue a career and work in the area of violence prevention and women empowerment? And the other question and some comments. Dear Rosa, thank you for this enlightening presentation and your solidarity. In your presentation, you mentioned feminist approach help us not to individualize violence, but to see it's a systemic problem.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing the Turkish translation.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't hearing.
Then can you change the channel?
Okay,
yeah.
I go to. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, can you repeat it? There was
Tamam, tekrar ediyorum. İlk soru genç kadınlarla ilgili. Pardon, about the young women question. Do you have any suggestions for young women who would like to pursue a career and work in the area of violence prevention and women empowerment? And the other one, maybe I can go on. Huh? It's also some include some comments. Dear Rosa, thank you for this enlightening presentation and your solidarity. In your presentation, you mentioned feminist approach help us not individualize violence, but to see it as a systemic problem. I definitely agree. When we struggle against male violence, it's also gender equality we are fighting against. I also believe feminist approach help us acknowledge the fact that all women are unique in their story, needs, and demands. I know these are two different concepts, but would like to know what your comments would be on each woman being unique on her own, especially in terms of social work.
Yeah, I fully agree that that we have the each person, and of course each woman is unique, and that this has to be the center of all communications and of our interventions. I think it's also the principle of democracy and human rights, because you know all systems that are undemocratic and authoritarian, they just see people as masses they can control and manipulate. The individual person doesn't have any weight, and that's why we have to lift our weight as individual persons, because it's us as individual persons who make this world. So I completely agree that this unique experience of every woman, and also the principle in the women's movement that we respect the decision of the woman, whether she wants to leave the violent husband or not, and when. I mean, we would certainly tell her, listen, if we have a bad feeling, you might be beaten up again tomorrow. We would certainly not speak about that with every woman, but we would certainly also respect when she decides that she doesn't want to divorce or not yet. And we will not take away any solidarity or support from her if she's staying with the violent partner. We can see this kind of pressure also in the system, in the social work system a lot, that women are kind of pressured to take steps and to leave. The paradox thing is, after they do that, then they have to come together with the violent husband because of the children, and they have to guarantee the contact to the children. So it's very paradox what the system wants from the women. It's almost impossible to fulfill. Yeah, the young woman, wonderful, very important. for the movement, and of course there are many young women in the movement, and we also have to create. It's my goal as a director of a service, and also my political goal, that we create not only work in terms of activism, because you also have to live on something. We also need to create workplaces for, we have many wonderful trained, studied gender experts who cannot do their job because there are no jobs. So we need to create jobs. In Austria now, for instance, we have formed this alliance, Free from Violence. It's an alliance of women and migrant and human rights organizations for the for the implementation of the Istanbul Convention. And we have demanded from the government, first of all, we demanded 227 million euro for the protection of women and girls from violence. So a huge sum to what they are spending now. But we think that's needed. We calculated it, and we are demanding 3,000 jobs for women who work in violence prevention. We cannot even imagine how much progress we could make with 3,000 jobs in the prevention of violence against women and girls. In Turkey, we would need 30,000 jobs, 30,000 gender jobs for freedom from violence.
Teşekkürler. I will go on Turkish also, Rosa. Maybe you can change the channel again. Şu an saat 11.54 oldu. Son 5 dakikamız var diğer panele başlayabilmek için. Son bir soru daha alacağım. Maalesef diğer sorulara yer veremiyor olacağız vaktimiz yetmediği için. Son sorumuzda sevgili Rosa, çok teşekkürler. Özlemiş Kimse'nin harika bir buluşma oldu. Koersif kontrol yasası ile ilgili soracaktım. Avusturya'da böyle bir girişim var mı? İngiltere ve Fransa İstanbul Convention'a rağmen buna neden ihtiyaç duydu? Biz burada duymaya başladık bu değişimleri. Senden bu konuda senin düşünceleri alabilirsek çok sevineceğim. Çok teşekkürler diyor.
Yeah, thank you. I think Liz Kelly will probably talk about the coercive control law. We don't have a specific coercive control law in Austria, but of course, I mean the forms of psychological violence, such as threats or coercion, are criminalized in the penal code. So to force someone to do something or not to do something is a criminal act in our criminal code. But we don't, and also the threats. So you can be punished for threatening to beat someone or to kill someone, even if you didn't do it yet. That's a criminal, it's a serious criminal act, actually, to threaten to kill. So that's at least some elements that we have. But maybe we'll have to do more on this issue in the future. And I'm curious what Liz will, if maybe you ask this question to Liz also, I'm curious to hear about it. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Biz de bu gerçekten ufuk açıcı ve harika sunumun için tekrar Rosa teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu feminist dayanışmamıza tekrar güç kattığın için ve bizimle olduğun için. Şimdi son 4 dakika sevgili Liz burada, sevgili Birita burada, sevgili Açelya burada. Şimdi ikinci panele hazırlık için bir 4 dakika bir değişim olacak burada. Ufak bir ses denemesi yapacağız. Bir 5 dakika ara veriyoruz ve hemen arkasından birinci panelimize başlıyoruz. Tekrar görüşmek üzere.
Evet, tekrardan merhabalar herkese. Konferansımızın panel kısmına başlıyoruz. İlk panelimizde sosyal çalışmaya feminist yaklaşımlar başlığıyla konuşmacılarımızı dinleyeceğiz. İlk konuşmacımız İngiltere'den Liz Kelly. Kendisini burada gördük. Liz, are you here? Liz? Yes. Can you hear me?
I am here. Apologies.
Yes.
I was just unmuting myself.
Okay, Liz, welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Am I allowed to share screen with the PowerPoint? Do I have the option to do that?
Yes, you can share it as well, or we can share for you. Okay. Yes, we can see right now. I'm switching Turkish now, Liz.
Okay.
I'm sharing your bio.
Okay.
Evet, şimdi sevgili Liz Kelly'nin kısa bir özgeçmişini paylaşmak istiyorum başlamadan evvel. Liz Kelly 1973 yılında Kadın Kurtuluş Hareketi'ni keşfetti ve bu keşif hayatını değiştirdi. İngiltere Norwich'teki sığınak, tecavüz kriz merkezi ve dayanışma merkezlerinin kurucu üyesiydi ve o zamandan beri kadına yönelik şiddet, feminist hayatının odak noktası olmaya devam ediyor. Cinsel Şiddetten Hayatta Kalmak adlı kitabında kadına yönelik şiddetin sürekliliği kavramını oluşturdu. 1987'den beri kadın ve çocuk istismarı konusunda Avrupa'daki tek master programı olan Londra Metropolitan Üniversitesi Çocuk ve Kadın İstismarı Araştırmaları biriminde çalışmalarını sürdürmektedir. Kendisine tekrar çok teşekkür ediyoruz ve konuşmasını dinliyoruz.
Thank you. And I'm really honored to be at your conference. More than 20 years ago, I was working for the Council of Europe with Canan, who I know was involved in the establishment of Purple Roof. So this feels like a circle of feminist connection. So I'm very happy to be here. I have chosen to talk about feminist support work, not just about social work, because I think the work that we do in organisations like Purple Roof and all the other women's organisations across the world it is about support, and it has aspects of social work, but it's different from social work. It's not the same. And I wanted to start thinking about where we began from in this work back in the 1970s, because I think it's an important reference point that we should never forget. And we began telling our own stories to each other in consciousness raising groups, not in support organisations, but in our own organisations. And it was really important. We understood then the importance of being able to name violence and to be able to speak it and to be able to question the shame and self-blame that all human cultures seem to place on women and girls when they are experiencing violence, all forms of violence, not just domestic abuse. And part of that was actually talking about how the personal is political, that these were crimes of power over. The English word for that is dominion. And it was through that talking that we created what didn't exist. The shelters, the helplines, all the other forms of support that we've developed since. And those services began from a culture of belief. We believed what women were telling us, and a culture of care. That actually we were not there to, as Rosa said, to dominate. That's been their experience of abuse. Our role is to enable. And we had new ways of organising and working that were linked to our activism. We tried to have flat organisations, not reproduce hierarchies, and more later we begin to think about the differences between women, that there are power relations within the group women. And we began to think about racism, we began to think about anti-lesbianism, the ways in which disabled women are not able to access services unless we make sure our services are accessible to them. And the most important thing I want to say is that we created this within a culture of a collective we, that violence affects us all as women. And there's a possibility that we move between being the supported and the supporter, that those aren't fixed spaces and they aren't dependent on qualifications or any of these things, that actually every woman could be a supporter and every woman could be in need of support. And one of the things that I have said in various conferences here in the UK, and I talk about it in teaching, is whether over the last couple of decades we've lost this we, that the professionalisation of services, often required by funders, sometimes required by governments, has taken away some of that profound sense of a collective that we began with. We thought our services were by, for, and with women, that we developed them in dialogue with the women we were supporting. They helped us understand what it was that they needed and wanted. And as Rosa said, we're not directive, we stand alongside women, we provide them with the support and the information so that they make their own decisions. But also important is something that I see still in some organisations, but not in many. Linda Herman, in her book, Trauma and Recovery, over 30 years ago, talked about activism being part of dealing with the harms of violence. And I'm not sure how much we still work with that idea. And I've also seen a shift in how we position ourselves in relation to the category of survivor. It used to be very common in conferences, in meetings, whatever, that we saw ourselves within that category. And I think the professionalisation has encouraged us not to identify with that category, not to say that many of us who started this work, who continue to do this work, are ourselves survivors. And there was something important about that, because we were visible, we were speaking, we were creating organisations, we were an embodiment, if you like, of it is possible to be a whole person, and a person who wants to make change in the world and have this history. That it wasn't this unequal relationship between those who are doing and making change and those who need support. And we've been challenged for 3 decades by Black feminists and by feminists with disabilities to ask the question of who's not here yet. And if there are groups of women who are not here yet, who are not accessing support, who are not choosing to work in support services, that we need to ask why not? Why are they not here? What are the barriers that those of us who are here are creating so that they don't feel like this is their space as well? This is a quote I use a lot from Kathleen Barry. It's about rape, and it follows on from what I've been saying. She talks about this concept, but also a practice of victimism, which is to only see a woman through what has been done to her. She's only understood as a victim. She says it creates a framework for others to know her not as a person, but as a victim, someone to whom violence has been done. That it's an objectification, and that concept of victim, how we understand it and think about it, suggests that she is not someone who actually survived while she endured the violence, that she's a living, changing, growing, interactive person. And for me, the foundation of feminist support work is that we see and treat women as women, not as victims. And there are ways that we can do the work that do that, and there are ways that we can do the work that position her as less than us. And that's what I want us to think about. And then this is another quote I use a lot from Susan Brisson, who's a philosophy professor who survived a brutal stranger rape in France. And her book, Aftermath, which if you haven't read it, I encourage you to read it, is a reflection on the philosophy of the self through her own experiential knowledge of being a survivor herself. And she says, I develop and defend a view of the self as fundamentally relational, capable of being undone by violence, but also of being remade in connection to others. And that I see as the fundamental aspect of the support work that we do, that we are providing a space for women to remake themselves in connection with us and with whichever others she also chooses to share her experiences with. So we need to think philosophically about violence and what violence does. It does remove your agency and your control over your body, over your mind, over your life, but not entirely. But feminist practice is about restoring that control, expanding what I call women's space for action. It's not just about safety. It's actually about the ways in which how we think and how we act is narrowed by violence, and that we are trying to expand that space so women can walk into it and make choices, not just in relation to their safety, but in relation to everything about their life. So that means on our support work, we need to explore how the violence has changed a woman's life, her sense of self, her relations to others. Again, not just about safety from a particular perpetrator, not just about her rights in terms of legal systems and welfare, but about her sense of who she is and who she can be and who she wants to be. So we know that women and children are not passive. That notion of victim suggests they are. They find resources to help them cope and survive in the violence and afterwards. Some choose to seek justice from formal legal systems, many do not. But there's also something about how we speak with and about them. Do we use the word women, children, victims, survivors, service users? What do each of those words mean and communicate? I mean, we need to make really clear decisions about the words we're using and why. And someone's raised a hand. Is there a problem?
No, there's no problem, Liz. You can go on.
Okay, all right. So for me, it's part of the support work is how we see and treat one another, because that has an impact on how women can see themselves and their own capabilities going forward. So we're not treating them as clients in traditional social work. I've just put in this slide, you may have covered this already, and I'm happy for the slides to be shared with people who are at the conference, what support is in the Istanbul Convention. And I'm conscious of the irony of your conference and the convention and everything that's happened in Turkey recently. But it nonetheless gives us a framework, and it says that it should be an agendered understanding, human rights and safety, dignity, privacy, integrity, avoiding secondary victimization. And that's more than victim blame. There are ways that we can make women and girls feel responsible for what's happened to them. And it also talks about this culture of belief. So some of the things that we began developing in the 1970s are actually within the convention, that we should be giving control back. It also refers to economic independence. I'm sorry, my computer is being... and a whole range of forms of advice, that the support we give is psychological and material. So I want to just end with a piece of thinking that with colleagues we did under an EU programme to think about what are the ethics of support work with survivors of violence. And we started off with some principles to say that we are encountering complex intersections of power relations. It's not always only about gender. Sometimes it's about generation, it's about age. For a number of women, it will also be about race and ethnicity. It can be about nationality, where we're working with migrant women. There may be issues of faith, issues of class, issues of disability. So we need to be mindful of all of these things. And I know that I was not mindful of all of those things when I began this work in the 1970s. And then we thought about what the term intervention means, what the origins of that word are. And it's a combination of to go, in between, or inside. And we thought we're stepping into other people's lives. So given that violence is a way of breaking social bonds, we need to think that everything that we do and say can contribute to that reconnection that Susan Brisson talked about, restitching human connection in relation to others, or we can be compounding the harms of violence. And this idea of respect and dignity that we see in the Istanbul Convention, part of that is seeing women and girls as knowers. They know about their own experience. They know about their own situation. They know those things much more than we do. What we may know are what their rights are, what the possibilities for change are. So there's two knowledges that need to meet and be explored together. And it's very easy to make women and children feel responsible. Part of what traditional social work does currently is make women responsible for the safety of their children. And there's this word responsibilization, and we have to avoid making women feel responsible for either their own safety or that of their children. We talk a lot about the problem of this term cultural competence, because it's impossible in the complex societies that we live in now, where people have moved from many, many, many places, and the complexity within every country of different cultures, languages, etc. you cannot possibly be competent around all of that. What you have to do is be open to knowing from those you're supporting, being curious about how they got to be in this place with you. And we need to not attribute culture only to certain groups. We all come from cultures, often multiple cultures. And one of the things we found in this project was that professionals in a number of countries talked about migrant and minoritized women as being more likely to accept abuse, of not understanding it was wrong. That wasn't what we found when we talked to survivors themselves. They were really clear that they thought it shouldn't be happening. What they didn't know, and they didn't have necessarily trust in, was that they could do something about it. That's not the same as accepting abuse. And in the UK, we have had a long tradition of minoritized women developing what they call by and for services. They are services by women from those communities for women from those communities. And it's really clear that for minoritized communities, those kinds of services create what one of my PhD students has called a space to speak. That in a space where you're recognized and you feel like you belong, and you don't have to anticipate that there might be racism, you are actually more able to speak about what's happened to you. You're more able to enter into that process of mutual support. And you've got two quotes there from women who were supported by a centre called the Angelou Centre. One of the other things that's become really clear over the last couple of years is how the work you're doing with migrant women, women who have complicated immigration status, women who are also having to face racism for themselves and their children in their day-to-day lives, that there is additional work, additional layers of support that need to be in place. And it's talked about by Southall Black Sisters, one of our long-standing by and for groups, as casework plus, plus, plus. And that is often not recognised by funders when they're allocating resources. They think there's a one-size-fits-all model of support, and that's not the case. So what I'm saying about what feminist support work involves in this perspective is that we need to be hearers. We need to listen. And as I say in Scotland, to listen louder, to understand from someone else's perspective. And that in turn places the woman or the girl in the position of the knower, that they are the holder of knowledge about their history, about their social location, about their experiences. And it's in a process of conversation that we work out what her needs might be and what her concerns and fears may be about engaging with other services, especially with the state. And I just want to finish in terms of, I think we do now know what matters to women and girls in terms of support. It matters that we enable them to name the violence and abuse, not name it for her, but be in a conversation and a process where she can name it herself. That we create a space in which you can explore the issues of self-blame and stigma, the meanings of violence in her particular community, and the meanings of particular kinds of violence. To experience sexual violence is a a separate thing, and it has specific and complicated meanings. That we give a clear message that they are worth more than the abuse, and that they deserve the support that we're offering. And we provide space for them to explore what this violence means, how it has changed their sense of who they are, their sense of what their future might be, and then what the implications of doing X or Y might be. And in doing that, what we're doing is we are creating safety in the sense of it is safe to speak about these things. They don't have to be hidden. They do not diminish who you are in the eyes of someone else. And to start to redevelop that trust in others. And part of that is the thing I began with, not treating someone as a victim, but seeing them and treating them respectfully as a whole person. The violence is a part of what's happened to them. It is not everything about them or their life. And in doing this, we're part of restoring control for her over her body and over her life. We're creating a space in which it's possible to remake yourself, as Susan Brisson said. I'm very happy to answer questions, including about coercive control, but that's what I wanted to say to you about feminist support work. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ederiz Liz konuşman için. Belki coercive kontrolle ilgili soruyu Q&A bölümünde en son yanıtlamak istersin. Orada tekrar konuşabiliriz. Ayrıca feminist sosyal çalışma kavramını genişlettiğin feminist destek çalışması kavramı da bize çok güzel bir yaklaşım ve zemin oluşturmuş oldu. Paylaşımların için tekrardan çok teşekkür ederiz. Q&A bölümünde tekrar beraber olmak üzere diyoruz ve şimdi ikinci panelistimiz...
Thank you.
Thank you Liz. İkinci panelistimiz Britta'ya sözü vermek istiyorum. Britta, bizi duyabiliyor musun? Evet. Britta, senin sesini duyamıyoruz. Mikrofonun açık görünüyor ama sesin bize gelmiyor. Tamam.
Hört ihr mich jetzt?
Yes.
Hört ihr mich?
Evet. Şimdi
Okay.
Şimdi duyuyoruz. Çok teşekkürler geldiğin için. Ben çok kısa özgeçmişini paylaşacağım senin konuşmana geçmeden önce. Britta Schlichting 1977 yılında doğdu. Sosyal çalışma alanında eğitim aldı. 2002 yılından bu yana otonom kadın sığınağını destekleyen Feminist dernek Frauenhelfer Frauen Heidelberg'te şiddete maruz kalan kadın ve çocuklara destekler vermektedir. 2018 yılından bu yana Bağımsız Kadın Sığınakları Merkezi Bilgi Ağı ZIF ile işbirliği yapıyor. Ülke çapında bağımsız kadın sığınaklarının koordinasyonunu ve siyasi temsilini yürütüyor. ZIF, İstanbul Sözleşmesi için ülke çapında oluşturulmuş olan STK Birliği'nin de bir üyesidir. Şimdi Britta, seni dinleyebiliriz.
Dankeschön erstmal. Ich kann meine Präsentation auch teilen, ne? Genau, bin ich freigegeben? Ja.
Evet, elbette paylaşabilirsin.
Genau.
Evet,
Also vielen Dank erstmal. Ich freue mich sehr, dass ich hier an der Konferenz teilnehmen kann und hier auf dem Panel neben Liz und Acela was dazu sagen kann. Ich habe mich dafür entschieden, die Präsentation auf Deutsch zu machen, weil das einfach meine Sprache ist, in der ich mich sicher fühle und dann einfach hoffe, alles gut transportieren zu können und eure Fragen auch im Anschluss beantworten zu können. Genau, ich habe meinen Vortrag genannt Autonomous Women's Shelters, Places of Feminism in Action. Und ich finde, das passt ganz gut zu dem, was Liz Kelly jetzt gerade eben gesagt hat, weil es einfach gut daran anschließt. Genau. Also die Präsentation ist auf Deutsch, das ist meine Orientierung. Und wenn von euch welche Deutsch sprechen, dann haben Sie jetzt Glück gehabt und können direkt mitlesen. Genau, ich möchte euch kurz nochmal erzählen, was die ZIF ist, was unsere Leitlinien sind, nach denen wir arbeiten, was die feministischen Handlungsfelder der autonomen Frauenhäuser, die uns angeschlossen sind, in Deutschland sind, also nach welchen Kriterien wir arbeiten und euch von Best-Practice-Beispielen berichten, sowohl was die ZIF, also was wir als Dachverband der autonomen Frauenhäuser gemacht haben, als auch einzelne Frauenhäuser vor Ort, die uns angeschlossen sind. Die ZIF wurde 1980 gegründet, also aus der Frauenbewegung heraus. Mit den ersten autonomen Frauenhäusern in Deutschland war klar, wir brauchen ein Netzwerk, was sich nach den feministischen Kriterien arbeitet und die Häuser vernetzt. Wir sind die Stimme von ca. 100 autonomen Frauenhäusern auf bundespolitischer Ebene. Und unsere Schwerpunkte sind Öffentlichkeitsarbeit, Bündnisarbeit und Lobbyarbeit. Die ZIF koordiniert und moderiert den politischen und konzeptionellen Austausch der autonomen Frauenhäuser nach außen, aber auch nach innen. Wir sind parteipolitisch und konfessionell unabhängig und wir finanzieren uns ausschließlich durch Mitgliedsbeiträge und durch Spenden. Also wir sind von staatlichen Geldern unabhängig und das wollen wir auch sein. Genau, unsere Leitlinien, die würde ich euch gerne vorstellen, weil da einfach nochmal sehr deutlich wird, nach welchen Ansätzen wir arbeiten, also die uns angeschlossenen Frauenhäuser arbeiten. Und natürlich hat jedes Frauenhaus vor Ort gestaltet es für sich unabhängig, aber das sind so die Kriterien, die in die Arbeit und unsere Haltung einfließen. Es ist zum einen natürlich die feministische Grundhaltung, Antirassismus und Antidiskriminierung, Autonomie und Selbstbestimmung, Hilfe zur Selbsthilfe und Empowerment, Parteilichkeit, die Partizipation und Vielfalt leben und Inklusion fordern. Und ich werde jetzt auf einige dieser Leitlinien genauer eingehen. Genau, die feministische Grundhaltung. Genau, ich hatte ja eingangs gesagt, wo wir herkommen aus der Frauenbewegung. Einfach nur mal schön, dass, wenn ihr das nochmal im Kopf habt, was Liz Kelly eben gesagt hat. Also unsere feministische Frauenhausarbeit unterstützt mit ihrer Haltung das Wiedererlangen der Definitionsmacht von gewaltbetroffenen Frauen über ihr Leben, über ihre Frauenrolle und über ihr Frauenbild. Sie sind die Expertin ihres Lebens. Wir übernehmen damit auch eine wichtige gesellschaftspolitische Aufgabe, weil wir schaffen ein öffentliches Bewusstsein für die existierenden sozialen, gesellschaftlichen, strukturellen und politischen Bedingungen, die Gewalt gegen Frauen und Mädchen hervorrufen und begünstigen. Gewalt ist nicht ein individuelles Problem der Frau, sondern Ursache aufgrund der patriarchalen Gesellschaftsstrukturen, die wir nach wie vor haben, die Macht und Gewalt begünstigen und auslösen. Die nächste Leitlinie ist Antirassismus und Antidiskriminierung. Uns ist bewusst, dass wir als Mitarbeiterinnen in den autonomen Frauenhäusern nicht frei von Diskriminierung und Rassismus sind. Aber wir arbeiten daran, unterschiedliche Formen von Diskriminierung und Unterdrückung wahrzunehmen und kontinuierlich abzubauen. Es gab innerhalb der autonomen Frauenhausbewegung durchaus sehr schmerzhafte Prozesse, was Liz auch vorhin schon sagte, so wer ist die oder die weißen deutschen Feministinnen definieren, was ist richtig oder was ist falsch und und haben übersehen, Frauen mit Migrationserfahrungen oder festzustellen, dass Frauen mit Migrationserfahrung einfach nochmal eine ganz eigene Erfahrung haben oder nochmal ganz andere strukturelle Gewalterfahrungen haben. Es ist ein intensiver Prozess, der einfach auch noch nicht fortgesetzt ist, der noch nicht beendet ist. Und genau, also deswegen ist es uns wichtig, innerhalb der autonomen Frauenhäuser, also Bewohnerinnen, Kinder und auch die Mitarbeiterinnen, dass wir kontinuierliche, rassismuskritische und nicht diskriminierende Bildungs- und Reflexionsarbeit machen, oder dass wir darauf achten, nach innen und nach außen. Der nächste Punkt ist Autonomie und Selbstbestimmung. Im Frauenhaus darf die erlebte Dominanz des gewalttätigen Partners nicht ersetzt werden durch die Dominanz und Bevormundung seitens der Institution Frauenhaus. Also sprich, dass wir nicht uns so verhalten als Mitarbeiterin, dass wir jetzt wissen, was richtig und was falsch ist und was gut und schlecht ist für die Frau, weil das ist das, was sie aus ihrer Gewaltbeziehung kennt. Und wir sehr bewusst damit umgehen, dass wir nicht diese Dynamik fortsetzen. Und Gewalt und Dominanz wird unter anderem durch hierarchische Organisationsstrukturen repräsentiert, unterstützt und fortgeschrieben. Deswegen arbeiten die Teams in autonomen Frauenhäusern selbstbestimmt, gleichberechtigt und kommen ohne formale interne Hierarchien aus. Das sprich, die Idee der autonomen Frauenhäuser ist, ohne Leitung zu arbeiten, sondern Macht und Entscheidung und Verantwortung gleichberechtigt auf alle zu verteilen, inklusive natürlich auch die Bewohnerinnen damit reinzunehmen, damit wir die Gewalt, die Machthierarchien, die draußen in der Welt vorliegen, nicht reproduzieren. Ein nächster wichtiger Punkt ist Hilfe zur Selbsthilfe und Empowerment. Empowerment hat für uns im Kontext der Frauenhausarbeit die Bedeutung, die Frauen darin zu unterstützen, ihre eigenen Entwicklungen selbst zu bestimmen und in der eigenen Geschwindigkeit und aus eigener Kraft zu verwirklichen. Also das, was ich vorhin schon mal gesagt habe, die Frau ist die Expertin ihres Lebens. Wir wollen die Frauen selbst befähigen, indem wir ihnen Zugang zu Ressourcen und Information und Beteiligung ermöglichen. Wir wollen sie nicht als Opfer betrachten, die nicht weiß, was richtig für sie ist, sondern wir sehen sie als, wir gehen einfach ins Empowerment mit der Frau, damit sie wieder in ihre Selbstbestimmung kommt. Als letztes möchte ich noch auf die Leitlinie der Parteilichkeit eingehen. Die parteiliche Unterstützung der Frauen und Kinder und die Solidarität mit ihnen ist ein elementarer Bestandteil der Arbeit. Auch das ist das, was Kelly vorhin gesagt hat. Wir sind alle, die wir da arbeiten, Frauen, sind alle von patriarchalen Machtstrukturen betroffen. Natürlich sind manche privilegierter als andere oder haben nochmal anderen Zugang zu Ressourcen, aber wir sehen uns als eine Solidaritätsgemeinschaft. Und Frauen, die in einem autonomen Frauenhaus Schutz suchen, müssen nicht beweisen, dass ihnen Gewalt angetan wurde. Die Frau hat die Definitionsmacht und wir ermächtigen sie darin, auch zu sagen, dass das, was sie erfahren, ist Gewalt ist. Also weil manche Frauen sagen, er hat mich nicht geschlagen, er hat mich nur beschimpft. Wir sagen, auch das ist Gewalt und auch das ist selbstverständlich ein Grund, dass du bei uns Schutz findest. Nochmal ein ganz wichtiger Punkt, die Kinder im Frauenhaus werden als eigenständige Persönlichkeiten mit ihren Interessen und Bedürfnissen, ihren individuellen Stärken und Fähigkeiten gesehen und in ihren Rechten unterstützt und bestärkt. Das heißt, die Kinder sind kein Anhängsel und wir arbeiten nur mit der Frau oder unterstützen die Frau, sondern auch die Kinder haben, so es denn die finanziellen Ressourcen auch zulassen, haben eigene Ansprechpartnerinnen, die für sie zuständig sind und die Kinder ermächtigen, eine Sprache zu finden für das, was sie erlebt haben und die Kinder auch darin zu unterstützen, auch ihre Interessen und Wünsche gegenüber der Mutter zu formulieren. Genau, jetzt möchte ich euch feministische Handlungsfelder der autonomen Frauenhäuser noch ein bisschen konkreter vorstellen, also auf Grundlage unserer Leitlinien. Und das möchte ich zum einen nach innen machen, also wie wirkt es nach innen, wie strahlt es nach innen, aber auch wie strahlt es nach außen. Genau, nach innen, also innerhalb des Frauenhauses als Arbeitsort auch, in dem wir arbeiten. Das hatte ich vorhin schon gesagt. Wir arbeiten ohne Geschäftsführung, sondern selbstverwaltet, ohne eine Leitung. Es ist so, dass das die Frauenhäuser unterschiedlich organisieren. In dem Frauenhaus, in dem ich gearbeitet habe, ist es so, dass wir die geschäftsführenden Aufgaben auf die Kolleginnen verteilt haben. Die eine macht die Öffentlichkeitsarbeit, die andere macht das Personal, eine andere kümmert sich um den Datenschutz. Das reflektieren wir dann einmal im Jahr und können dann auch diese Geschäftsbereiche wieder neu verteilen. Wir entscheiden im Konsens, weil wir davon überzeugt sind, dass eine Entscheidung nur dann tragbar ist, wenn alle Meinungen mit einbezogen werden und die sogenannte Mehrheit- oder Minderheitenentscheidung, dass wir alle mitnehmen müssen und deswegen nicht nach der Mehrheit entscheiden. Es ist so, wenn wir neue Kolleginnen aussuchen, dass wir gemeinsam im Team schauen, was fehlt uns an Kompetenz, was wünschen wir uns und so gemeinsam auch die Kolleginnen auswählen, um auch eine Vielfalt und Diversität im Team zu garantieren. Und natürlich ist es so, dass sowas sicherlich in den großen Städten leichter funktioniert als in Frauenhäusern, die auf sehr im ländlichen Gebiet zum Beispiel sind, wo einfach nicht so viel Bewerbungen sind oder so viele Frauen, die dort arbeiten möchten. Aber wir versuchen da immer wieder sehr reflektiert mit umzugehen, wen stellen wir ein. Wir schauen auch, dass die Verantwortlichkeiten für die finanziellen Belange alle mittragen und alle mitentscheiden. Und natürlich gibt es eine Kollegin jetzt bei uns im Frauenhaus, die hauptsächlich die Verwaltung und Finanzen macht, da auch ihre Expertise mitbringt. Aber alle, auch die wir mit den Frauen und Kindern arbeiten, haben die finanziellen Belange des Frauenhauses im Blick. Und uns ist auch wichtig, dass wir uns gleich bezahlen, also dass alle gleich eingruppiert sind, egal ob es die Frau ist, die sich um die Finanzen kümmert, die mit den Frauen arbeitet, die mit den Kindern arbeitet, die sich darum kümmert, also die Hauswirtschaft, dass das Haus instand bleibt. Weiter nach innen, und da gehe ich jetzt mit dem Blick auf die Bewohnerinnen, also Frauen und Kinder ein. Wir haben einmal in der Woche eine Hausversammlung und parallel eine Kinderversammlung. Und das ist in den meisten Frauenhäusern so, wo einfach die Frauen als Verantwortungsgemeinschaft oder als Wohngemeinschaft in dem Moment zusammenkommen und auch gucken, was sind die Themen, die uns beschäftigen. Das andere Stichwort Verantwortungsübernahme der Bewohnerinnen. Auch das nochmal, wir nehmen die Frau nicht als Opfer wahr. Sie ist die Expertin des Lebens. Sie bestimmt ihren Weg und egal, in welche Richtung es für sie geht. Ein weiteres Beispiel ist die Ausgestaltung unserer Hausordnung, dass wir da durchaus immer wieder die Bewohnerinnen auch mit reinnehmen und sagen, wie würdet ihr das machen, wie würdet ihr das gestalten oder wie sind eure Ideen, wie wir damit umgehen, wenn eine Frau gegen eine Regel verstößt, gegen die Anonymität verstößt oder rassistisch sich äußert, dass wir da einfach in den Dialog kommen mit den Frauen und nicht einfach sagen, so ist es und sondern mit ihnen da einfach in den Austausch drüber kommen. Und wir natürlich, ein Frauenhaus ist auch immer ein Ort von Konflikten. Das wissen sicherlich alle, die hier sind und in Frauenhäusern arbeiten. Und Konflikte gehören dazu, aber dass wir die Frauen einfach ermächtigen und uns selber auch, Konflikte anders zu lösen, als sie es von ihrer Beziehung kannten oder wie es sonst üblicherweise geht, dass die Meinung der vermeintlich Stärkeren die richtige ist. Jetzt möchte ich euch nochmal nach außen, was wir als ZIP, Best Practice Beispiele und auch da immer wieder im Kopf unsere Leitlinien, wie wir das auch versuchen, in dem, was wir nach außen machen, zu transportieren. Als erstes möchte ich euch ein Projekt vorstellen, und die Idee ist einfach Wissensvermittlung nach außen durch Prävention. Zum Beispiel mit dem Workshop Herzklopfen. Das ist ein Projekt, was unter anderem das Frauenhaus in Heidelberg macht. Das Ziel dieses Projekts ist es, Jugendliche und junge Erwachsene Kompetenzen für positive Erfahrung in einer gleichberechtigten Liebesbeziehung zu vermitteln. Die Jugendlichen sollen, also wir arbeiten sowohl mit Frauen als auch mit Männern, sollen befähigt werden, Warnzeichen für Gewalt in Beziehungen frühzeitig zu erkennen. Und wir wollen fördern, wir wollen die Fähigkeiten fördern zum gewaltfreien Umgang mit Beziehungskonflikten, weil ja, Beziehungskonflikte sind normal. Wir geben dann auch Informationen, wo sie oder betroffene FreundInnen Hilfe bekommen, wenn sie sich aus einer Gewaltbeziehung lösen oder ihr Verhalten in Beziehung verändern möchten. Genau, und mit den Warnzeichen, wir arbeiten da so, dass wir dass zum Beispiel die Jugendlichen darüber verständigen, was ist, wenn mein Freund nicht möchte, dass ich mit meinem Ex-Freund Kontakt habe oder dass er nicht möchte, dass ich einen kurzen Rock anziehe oder nicht möchte, dass ich abends weggehe. Ist das ein Warnzeichen schon und die Jugendlichen werden aufgefordert, eine rote Karte, ja, das ist ein Warnzeichen, gelb, na ja, und grün ist kein Problem. Und dann darüber mit den Jugendlichen in den Austausch zu kommen, weil die natürlich ganz unterschiedlich ihre Karten hochheben. Also es ist eine sehr, sehr, sehr schöne Art, mit Jugendlichen über Grenzen in Beziehung und wo ist meine Grenze, in den Austausch zu kommen. Das nächste ist zum Thema Empowerment. Wir haben als ZIF im Mai diesen Jahres eine bundesweite Webseite veröffentlicht, in dem Frauen nach freien Frauenhausplätzen suchen können, weil wir von der Frau, die die Gewalt erlebt, her gedacht wollen, dass die Frau selbstbestimmt, wenn sie, so sie das denn möchte, einen Überblick hat, wo kann ich hin, was gibt es für Möglichkeiten und sie nicht darauf angewiesen ist, dass sie durch andere unbedingt Unterstützung braucht. Und natürlich ist es so, dass wir nach wie vor die Beratungsstellen und die Frauenhäuser sind offen dafür. Und es ist wichtig, dass wir auch beraten und unterstützen. Aber für die Frauen, die selbstbestimmt sich einen Überblick verschaffen wollen und vor allem auch für alle Mitarbeiterinnen in Frauenhäusern und in Beratungsstellen, endlich ein Tool zu haben, um zu sehen, wo gibt es Platz. Wir haben einen großen Wert darauf gelegt, die Barrierefreiheit in den Frauenhäusern, die in Deutschland sehr schlecht ausgebaut ist, auch dass die Frauenhäuser ihre Barrierefreiheit angeben. Das heißt, die gewaltbetroffene Frau oder auch eine Mitarbeiterin im Frauenhaus kann, das seht ihr in dem rechten Bild, mit Aufnahmekriterien, also ich bin eine Frau mit 2 Kindern, die eine Gehbehinderung hat und ein Haustier hat und ein Haus ungefähr in 200 Kilometer Entfernung, und dann wird ihr das angezeigt. Die grünen Frauenhäuser, da ist eine Aufnahme möglich. Die weißen Häuser machen keine Angabe darüber, direkt, ob sie aufnehmen oder nicht. Die roten Häuser sind belegt und die blauen Häuser sind sogenannte Sofortaufnahmen. Da haben wir einige in Deutschland, wo die Frauen 24/7 aufgenommen werden kann und von dort dann in ein nächstes freies Frauenhaus gehen kann. Diese Seite haben wir rein durch Spendengelder finanziert. Genau. Nochmal das Thema Öffentlichkeitsarbeit von der ZIF. Wir haben jetzt im Zuge der Bundestagswahl, die ja jetzt in Deutschland im September war, ein Erklärvideo erstellt zu unseren Forderungen, wie die Frauenhäuser finanziert sein müssen. Wir haben da auf eine sehr diverse Darstellung der Frauen geachtet und vor allem auch unsere Forderung ist, wir wollen eine einzelfallunabhängige Finanzierung, sodass alle Frauen jederzeit Zugang zum Frauenhaus zu Schutz, Begleitung und Unterstützung haben. Ich sehe die Zeit, ich habe noch 2 Folien. Dann noch was zum Thema Vernetzung. Auch was finde ich ein großer Leuchtturm ist in Deutschland, ist, was in München, in Bayern erarbeitet wurde zum Thema Sorge- und Umgangsrecht in Fällen von Gewalt gegen Frauen. Es gibt in München das Bündnis Aktiv gegen Männergewalt. Dort sitzen VertreterInnen von Justiz, Polizei, Frauenhäusern, Beratungsstellen und anderen Projekten. Und es wurde ein Leitfaden entwickelt, wie bei Gericht mit Sorge- und Umgangsrecht, also innerhalb von Sorge- und Umgangsrechtsverfahren im Kontext von Gewalt umgegangen wird. Und zwar, dass die Sicherung des Wohl des Kindes und der Schutz der Frau absoluten Vorrang haben. Das wissen wir, das ist ja europaweit ein Problem, dieses Thema Sorge- und Umgangsrecht und immer wieder der Zugriff des Mannes dann auf Frau und Kinder. Und die haben einen Leitfaden erarbeitet, an dem sich das Gericht orientiert. Und das gilt wirklich als großes Best-Practice-Beispiel, was versucht wird, in vielen anderen Städten auch zu etablieren. Einfach gezeigt hat, es ist gut, wenn alle zusammenkommen und an einem Strang ziehen und vor allem die Justiz mit im Boot ist. Und noch ein Beispiel für Vernetzung ist, das wurde ja in der Ankündigung schon gesagt, die ZIF ist Teil des Bündnisses der Istanbul-Konvention. Wir haben Deutschland ist im Februar 2018 ist die Istanbul-Konvention bei uns in Kraft getreten. Letztes Jahr im September kam der Staatenbericht, hat Deutschland also seinen Bericht an Grevio gesendet. Und wir haben unseren Alternativbericht im März dieses Jahres an Grevio weitergeleitet. Und es ist ein beeindruckendes Bündnis von über 20 NGOs auf Bundesebene, die zu dem Thema Gewalt arbeiten. Und wir versuchen auch da sehr divers oder auch mit einer Minderheitenmeinung oder Organisation, die Minderheiten vertreten, nochmal ein extra Gehör und nochmal mehr Gewicht auch zu geben oder darauf zu achten, dass diese Meinung und Expertise immer mit einfließt und alles, was wir an Empfehlungen geben, betrachtet wird unter dem Aspekt, ob besonders marginalisierte Frauen, also Frauen mit prekärem Aufenthalt, mit Migrationsgeschichte oder Frauen mit Behinderungen, Transfrauen, dass wir alles, was wir veröffentlichen, besonders unter diesem Aspekt berücksichtigt wird. Genau, dann bin ich relativ pünktlich in der Zeit. Genau, und hier ist nochmal unser Kontakt. Dankeschön.
Çok teşekkürler Rita konuşman için. Bizim de Mor Çatı'da yürüttüğümüz sığınak çalışmasıyla da çok paralellikler dinledik. Feminist bir yaklaşımla yürütülen sığınak çalışmalarınızla da ilgili özellikle. Çok teşekkürler sunumun için tekrardan. Ben arada bir Raysent'te görüyoruz buradan ama soruları Q&A bölümünden aldığımızı tekrardan hatırlatmak istedim. Şimdi son konuşmacımıza geçeceğiz. Mor Çatı Kadın Sığınağı Vakfı'ndan Açelya Uçan'ın konuşmasına geçeceğiz şimdi. Ondan sonrasında soru cevap bölümüyle devam edeceğiz. Evet, Açelya'yı görüyorum. Ben kendisine sözü vermeden önce onun da kısa özgeçmişini paylaşmak istiyorum sizinle. Açelya Uçan 2008'de Ege Üniversitesi Sosyoloji bölümünden mezun oldu. 2011'de Ege Üniversitesi Genel Sosyoloji ve Metodoloji Anabilim dalında kadın sığınakları ve sığınaklarda kalan kadınların damgalanma algısı üzerine yazdığı tezle yüksek lisansını tamamladı. Yüksek lisansın ardından kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadele, feminist sosyal çalışma ve Türkiye'deki sosyal politikalara yönelik ilgisi Mor Çatı ile yollarının kesişmesine vesile oldu. 2011'den bu yana Mor Çatı gönüllüsü olarak kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadelenin bir parçası ve halihazırda program koordinatörü olarak çalışıyor. Ayrıca o zamandan bu yana çeşitli sivil toplum örgütlerinde toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliği, çocuk hakları ve mülteci hakları üzerine çalışmalar yürüttü. Evet, Açelya, sözü sana verebiliriz.
Çok sağ ol Leyla'cığım. Hemen sunumumu paylaşayım. Çok affedersiniz. Merhabalar. Liz ve Birita ile beraber bu oturumda yer almak benim için çok heyecan verici. Çok heyecanlıyım. Ben de sizinle erkek şiddetine karşı feminist dayanışma deneyimi olarak Mor Çatı'dan bahsederek bir paylaşımda bulunacağım. Çok kısa Mor Çatı ne yapar ondan bahsetmek istiyorum. Mor Çatı erkek şiddetine karşı mücadele etmek için dayanışma merkezi ve sığınakta şiddete maruz kalan kadınlarla birebir dayanışma kuruyor. Kadınlarla kurulan dayanışmanın temelinde şiddete maruz kalan bir kadının güçlenmesi için gerekli desteklerin sağlanması yatıyor. Bu çok geniş bir tanımlama, bunun farkındayım. Ama sunumun ilerleyen kısımlarında bunu açmaya çalışacağım. Şiddete maruz kalan kadınlarla kurulan birebir dayanışma sayesinde ortaya çıkan deneyim, Mor Çatı olarak şiddetin ne olduğu, kadınların bu şiddetten nasıl etkilendiği, şiddete maruz kalan kadınların neye ihtiyaç duyduğunu söyleyebilmemizi sağlıyor. Bunun yanı sıra kadınların Mor Çatı'ya başvurmadan önce ya da sonrasında kurumlara yaptıkları başvurularda aldıkları ya da alamadıkları sonuçlar ve bunların kadının şiddete karşı mücadelesine etkisi üzerine deneyim biriktirmemizi de sağlıyor. Mor Çatı politik oluştururken bu deneyimi anlamak için yapılan izlemeden yola çıkıyor. Kadınlarla dayanışma kurmak, Mor Çatı'nın çalışmasının omurgasını oluşturuyor demek mümkün yani. Ve bu çalışmanın ayrılmaz bir parçası da politik söz oluşturmak. Kadınların deneyimlerindeki ortaklığı, hangi durumlarda bu deneyimlerin farklılaştığını, iyi ve kötü uygulamaların yarattığı farkları ortaya çıkarıp konuşabilmek, feminist politika yaparken bizim için en önemli kaynak oluyor demek mümkün. Mor Çatı'nın yürüttüğü çalışmanın detaylarını paylaşmadan evvel Türkiye'de kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadele alanında mevcut hizmetler ve sosyal politika ilişkiyle paylaşımda bulunmak istiyorum. Biliyoruz dünyada güçlendirmeyi odağına alan ve hak temelli sosyal çalışma yaklaşımları var. Türkiye'de ise resmi kuruluşların kadınlara yasalar çerçevesinde vermek zorunda oldukları hizmetleri bir yardım olarak sunduklarını görüyoruz. Kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadele alanında sunulan sosyal çalışmanın büyük bir kısmı devlet kurumları ve yerel yönetimlere bağlı kurumlar tarafından sunuluyor, sürdürülüyor ve yaygın sosyal hizmet anlayışı da yardım odaklı bu yaklaşımdan besleniyor. Uzman ve mağdur ilişkisi üzerinden yapılanıyor. Elbette şu parantezi açmak lazım. Bu kurumlarda da belki şu anda bizi dinleyen, aramızda olan kadınları güçlendirmeyi odağına alan feminist sosyal çalışmacılar var. Öte yandan yardım temelli yaklaşım ve kurumların sağlayacağı hizmetlere ilişkin netliğin olmaması bu kurumlarda keyfiliğe kapı açarken kadınlarda da endişe yaratıyor. Ve alınan desteğin yasal bir hak olarak görülmesini engelliyor. Kurumlarda yekpare bir uygulama yapılmıyor ve bu verilen hizmetlerin de hizmet sağlayanların yardımseverliğine kalmasını beraberinde getiriyor. Desteği alan kadının da sunulan hizmet karşısında bir minnet duyması, mümkünse daha fazlasını talep etmemesi ve makbul mağdur olması bekleniyor. Bu sosyal çalışma yaklaşımının kadınları kendi hayatlarıyla ilgili değişimi yaratacak esas özne olarak görmemesi söz konusu. Bu da çok büyük bir problem bize göre. Bu doğrultuda planlama yapılmadığı zaman kadınlar tekrar kurumlara başvuruda bulunuyor ve şiddetten kurtulmak için kalıcı çözümler bulamıyorlar. Defalarca bir sığınakta kalan kadın örneğin hala erkek şiddetinden kurtulamadan veya haklarını öğrenmeden çok temel tek bir hizmetle hayatını sürdürmeye, hayatta kalmaya çalışabiliyor. Yerel yönetimler tarafından sunulan hizmetler de çoğunlukla benzer nitelikte. Belediyelerde sosyal politikanın yardım ilişkisi üzerinden yapılandırılması, kadına yönelik şiddetle ilgili bir destek sistemi kurulsa bile bunların kurumsallaşması ve sürdürülebilirliğinin sağlanması konusunda ciddi sorunlar var. Belediye yönetiminde siyasi parti değişimi olmaksızın sadece başkanın, işte yöneticinin veya diğer karar vericilerin değişimiyle dahi kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadeleye ilişkin o güne kadar atılan adımların hemen geride bırakılabildiğini ve sürdürülebilir olmayan bir hizmetler silsilesi olduğunu görüyoruz. Biz şunu söylüyoruz, sosyal politika alanını herkesi kapsayacak şekilde genişletmek, toplumsal cinsiyet eşitsizliğinin yarattığı ayrımcılığı görüp sistemi kadınlardan yana işler hale getirmek ve sosyal politikanın feminist eleştirisini ortaya koyarak değişim yaratmak için adımlar atmak, kadınların aldıkları desteklerin sonuç veren değişiklikler yaratmasını sağlayacak. Kadınların erkek şiddetinin sosyal ve ekonomik sonuçlarıyla tek başlarına baş etmek zorunda kalmadıkları ve geçici desteklere ihtiyaç duymayacakları, özgürleştirici bir perspektifi de kapsayan sosyal politikanın gerekli olduğuna içtenlikle inanıyoruz ve eşitlik mekanizmalarının yaşamın her alanında işlediği koşullarda kadınların şiddetsiz bir yaşam kurmalarının da mümkün hale geleceğini düşünüyoruz. Peki Mor Çatı hangi ilkelerle çalışma yürütür? Aslında özellikle Liz'i dinlerken heyecanla ne kadar benzer olduğunu, keza Birta'yı dinlerken ne kadar benzer çalışmalar yürüttüğümüzü görüyoruz. Çünkü bunun sonuç verdiğini biliyoruz. Bence bu ortaklık bizi bir araya getiriyor bir yandan da. Mor Çatı'da yürüttüğümüz çalışmada kesinlikle sosyal çalışmanın ilkelerinden ve sağladığı bilgiden faydalanıyoruz ama çalışmamızı sadece sosyal çalışma olarak tanımlamıyoruz. Çünkü bu bilgiden faydalanmanın yanı sıra kadınların deneyimleri ve geri bildirimleriyle şekillendirdiğimiz ve şekillendirmeye devam edeceğimiz bir yaklaşımı benimsiyoruz. Bizim için yaptığımız çalışmayı biricik kılan yan kurulan ilişki. destek sağlayan kadın ve destek alan kadın arasındaki dayanışma ve bu sayede yarattığımız özgürleştirici alan. Yani bu alanı nasıl tarif edeceğimiz elbette ki değişir ama kadınların kendi hayatlarıyla ilgili kararlar alabilecekleri bir alan yaratmak için tarif edebiliriz. Alan yaratmak olarak tarifleyebiliriz. Mor Çatı'daki çalışma, dayanışma, şiddete maruz kaldığı için başvuran ve mor çatı gönüllüsü kadınlar olarak birbirimizin deneyiminden öğrenme ve bu yolla güçlenmeye işaret ediyor. Destek sağlanan kadınlarla yalnızca ihtiyaç duydukları bilgiler üzerine değil, şiddet üzerine de konuşmak, şiddetin kaynağını, şiddete yaptığımız ya da yapmadığımız bir şeyden dolayı değil, cinsiyetimiz, toplumsal cinsiyetimiz nedeniyle kadın olduğumuz için maruz kaldığımızı, erkeklerin bu şiddeti hangi amaçla uyguladığını, şiddetin yarattığı suçluluk, çaresizlik gibi duyguları konuşmak yaptığımız çalışmanın temel bir parçası. Bu deneyimle üretilen bilgi ise tüm kadınların hayatına etki eden feminist politikamıza kaynaklık ediyor. Kadından kadına öğrenme sayesinde aslında erkek şiddetine karşı bir birlikte güçlenmeyi yaratabiliyoruz. Biraz da dayanışma merkezinde kadınlarla nasıl bir dayanışma yürütüyoruz? Bundan bahsetmek istiyorum. Şunu hepimiz biliyoruz. Patriarkanın tüm araçları aslında kadınlar olarak sahip olduğumuz gücü azaltır, güçlenmemizin önünde engel oluşturur ve biliyoruz ki erkek şiddeti de toplumsal cinsiyet temelli ayrımcılığın en güçlü araçlarından birisi. Ne yazık ki hala Rozan'ın da bahsettiği gibi gücünü büyük ölçüde koruyan bir araç. Bu durumda kadınların sahip oldukları gücün ve potansiyelin farkına varıp kendilerine sunulan kısıtlı seçeneklerin ötesini görmesi için hangi adımlar atılmalı sorusunu odağımıza alıp buna göre destekleri planlıyoruz aslında. Her bir kadın için biricik destekleri buna göre planlıyoruz. Şiddete maruz kaldığı için mor çatıya başvuruda bulunan kadınlara sunulan destek, yargılanmadan dinlenebilmek, anlatabilmek, bilgi alabilmek ve kendi hayatlarına ilişkin kadınların karar alması için ihtiyaç duyduğu bu her biri için biricik olan o alanı yaratabilmek üzerinden şekilleniyor. Bu alanı yaratabilmek kimimiz için şiddet uygulayanı evden uzaklaştırmakla mümkün. Kimimiz için sığınağa gitmekle mümkün, bir sığınağa gitmekle mümkün. Kimimiz içinse yaşadıklarımızın bizim suçumuz olmadığını bir başkasından duymakla mümkün. Kimimiz için de aslında sadece bir sonraki adım ne olacak buna karar vermekle mümkün. Yani bu alan diye tarif ettiğimiz şey gerçekten her birimiz için farklı olabiliyor. Mor çatıya başvuran kadınlarla bizim ilk karşılaşmamız dayanışma merkezimizde oluyor. Onlar bize ulaştığında başlıyor ilişkimiz, iletişimimiz. Çoğu zaman telefonla oluyor, zaman zaman ama mesela e-posta yoluyla ya da yüz yüze görüşme yoluyla gerçekleşebiliyor. Hatta pandemiyle beraber bu iletişim ağlarını genişletme ihtiyacı duyduk ve çevrim içi araçlar kullanarak iletişim kurulabildi. Görüşmeler bu şekilde yapılabildi. Özellikle kadının şiddet uygulayanla yan yana durduğu hallerde bazı bilgiler kısa mesaj ya da diğer mesajlaşma uygulamalarıyla iletildi. Ama hani yapılan tüm bu görüşmelerde kullanılan iletişim aracı ne olursa olsun ortak olan deneyim diyeyim kadın ve mor çatı gönüllüsünün bir şekilde bir ilişki kurması. Yani sadece bir bilginin diğerine aktarılması değil. İşte mor çatı gönüllüsü Açelya ile destek almak için başvuran X arasında kurulan ilişki. Bunun hangi iletişim aracı kullanılırsa kullanılsın az evvel bahsettiğim ilkelerle hayata geçmesinin mümkün olduğunu deneyimliyoruz ve bunun oldukça kıymetli olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Biz kadınlarla sadece temel bilgileri paylaşmıyoruz. Onların biricikliğini ve saygınlığını her seferinde hissettirmeye çalışarak görüşmeyi gerçekleştiren kadınla destek alan kadın arasında şiddetten kurtulmak için kadının verdiği mücadeleyi güçlendirecek bir bağ kurmaya çalışıyoruz. Bu noktada şunu belirtmem gerekiyor. Biz Mor Çatı olarak bir sosyal servis gibi çalışmıyoruz. Esas amacımız feminist politika üretmek. Bu dayanışma sayesinde feminist politika üretmek. Dolayısıyla biz kendi kaynaklarımız ölçüsünde gelen talepleri karşılama imkanına ve zaman zaman başvuruda bulunan kadınları eğer o anda destek sağlayamıyorsak ve kadının durumu acilse başka kurumlara yönlendirme gibi bir şey yapabiliyoruz. Bu sayede biz aslında destek sağladığımız her kadınla özel olarak onun biricikliğini gözeterek bir çalışma yürütebiliyoruz. Ama şunu söylemekten de geri çekilemeyeceğiz. Feminist bir sosyal çalışmanın kadınların şiddetten uzaklaşması için sağlanacak bir sosyal hizmetin Mor Çatı'da yaptığımız çalışma gibi olması gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. Toplumsal cinsiyet eşitsizliğini ve şiddetin etkilerini gören kadın dayanışmasını esas alırken kadının biricik durumunu gözeterek destekleri sunmayı içeren ve odağında her zaman feminist politika üretmeyi barındıran bir sosyal çalışma anlayışının benimsenmesini önemsiyoruz. Kadınlarla kurulan iletişimde kadınların neye ihtiyaç duydukları ve hayatları için nasıl bir planları olduğu anlaşıldıktan sonra ilgili desteklere yönlendirmeler yapıyoruz. Kadınları kendi hayatlarıyla ilgili adım atmaları için teşvik ediyoruz. İhtiyaç duydukları desteklere erişimlerinin önünde engeller varsa bunların üstesinden gelmek, kendi hayatlarında bir değişim yaratmak için ne yapmak gerektiği üzerine birlikte düşünüyoruz. Dayanışma merkezinde verilen destekle şunu sağlayabiliyoruz. Kadınlar sığınağa gitmeksizin şiddet uygulayanı evden uzaklaştırabiliyorlar. Sahip oldukları, belki şiddetin etkisi nedeniyle göremedikleri kaynakları görebiliyorlar. Ya da henüz haberdar olmadıkları kaynakları görebiliyorlar. Mesela işte ailesiyle ilişkisini gözden geçirip tekrar kendisini güçlendirecek bir form mümkün mü? Buna dönüp bakabiliyorlar. İşte yeni bir ev tutmak için imkanlar ortaya çıkarabiliyorlar. Sosyal yardımlara daha önce erişemezken erişebilir hale gelebiliyorlar. Yani bu sayede şiddetsiz bir hayat için sığınak dışı alternatifleri gözden geçirebiliyorlar. Bir yandan da erkek şiddetiyle mücadelede sorumlu olan kurumların bu sorumluluklarını yerine getirmesi ve sadece bizim Mor Çatı'da dayanışma kurduğumuz kadınların değil, bu kurumlara ihtiyaç duyan tüm kadınların hizmetten olması gerektiği gibi yararlanması için aksaklıkların, işleyişteki aksaklıkların ortaya çıkarılması, değişim için fiili adımların atılması için baskı yaratılması da bizim için önemli. Yani sadece dayanışma kurduğumuz kadınla bir çalışma yürütüp bunu bir kenara koyup yolumuza devam etmiyoruz. Feminist politika bu yüzden tam da feminist politika üretmek önemli. Dayanışmayı sürdürdüğümüz bir diğer alan sığınağımız. Sığınakta da kadınlarla kurduğumuz dayanışma biraz önce bahsettiğim ilkelerle yürüyor aynı şekilde. Sığınaktan ne anlıyoruz biz? Sığınak, erkek şiddetine maruz kalan kadınların varsa çocuklarıyla birlikte kalabilecekleri, şiddetten ve şiddetin etkilerinden uzaklaşıp bağımsız bir yaşam kurmak için ihtiyaç duydukları destekleri alabilecekleri ve diğer kadınlarla dayanışma kurabilecekleri, kolektif bir hayat içinde dayanışma kurabilecekleri bir yer. Sığınaklar ayrıca sistemin açıkları ve yetersizlikleri nedeniyle şiddet uygulayanın uzaklaştırılmadığı hallerde kadınların ve çocukların can güvenliğini sağlayabilmeleri açısından da önemli. Ama sığınakları sadece can güvenliği riski olan kadınlar ve çocuklar için olan mekanlar olarak düşünmüyoruz. Sistematik şiddet nedeniyle güçsüz hisseden, sosyal kaynaklarla bağları zayıflatılmış olan, şiddetin ruhsal etkileri nedeniyle diyeyim, bağımsız hayatlarını sürdürmekte zorlanan kadınlar ve çocukları için de önemli bir mekanizma sığınak hala. Biz Mor Çatı'nın sığınağında şiddetten ya da şiddetin etkilerinden uzaklaşıp kadınların kendi hayatlarının kontrolünü tekrar ellerine alabilmeleri ve kendi hayatlarına dair karar alanlarını genişletmelerini amaçlıyoruz. Birçok kadın için aslında hayatlarının belki hani karşılaşana kadar, bir araya gelene kadarki döneminde kendi hayatlarıyla ilgili karar almaları için hemen hemen hiç alanların olmadığını, hatta bizimle karşılaştıklarında da peki ben şimdi ne yapmalıyım sorusunu sorduklarını biliyoruz. Sığınakta kadınlar ve çocuklar birlikte ortak bir yaşamı sürdürüyor. Sığınakların değişen koşullarına göre bu ortak yaşam ve paylaşım deneyimleri de tabii ki değişiyor. Özellikle devlet sığınaklarındaki ağır kurallarla birleşince bu ortak yaşamın kadınlar için çok zorlayıcı olduğunu biliyoruz. Ki Mor Çatı Sığınağı'nda bu gibi zorlayıcı kurallar yok. Yine de ortak yaşamla ilgili sürekli bir çalışma yürütülüyor. Sürekli bir destek mekanizması deneyimle beraber tekrar şekillenerek hayata geçiriliyor. Özellikle erkek şiddetinin etkileri nedeniyle kendi sosyal ilişkileri zarar görmüş, yalnız hisseden kadınların birbirlerine bu anlamda destek olmasının çok güçlendirici bir deneyim olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Bu nedenle dayanışmadan anladığımız çatışmaların hiç olmadığı, ortak yaşam sorunlarının hiç çıkmadığı bir ilişki değil. Nasıl ki bizim kendi yaşam alanlarımızda ve sosyal çevrelerimizde bu mümkün değilse, sığınak için de yine mümkün değil. Bu anlamda sığınaktaki ortak yaşam dinamiklerini düzenleyecek ve destekleyecek çalışmalarla krizleri yönetmek ve dayanışma alanını güçlendirmek mümkün. Mor Çatı Sığınağı'ndaki işleyişe baktığımızda 2 kural var. Birisi gizlilik, diğeri şiddetsizlik. Gizlilikle ilgili olanı biraz açmak istiyorum. En çok tartışılan kural aslına bakarsanız. Gizlilik, güvenliğin sağlanması için kesinlikle vazgeçilmez bir ilke. Bizim sığınağımız için de böyle. Ama bunu sağlamak için kadınların ve çocukların ev dışına çıkmalarını, iletişim araçlarını kullanmalarını kısıtlamak, sürekli bir güvenlik görevlisinin işte evin kapısında, içinde vesaire nöbet tutmasını sağlamak gibi yöntemleri uygulamıyoruz. Mor Çatı Sığınağı'nda kalan kadın ve çocuklarla sığınağın yerinin neden gizli olduğu, gizliliği sağlamak için hangi tedbirleri aldığımız, hangi tedbirleri almamız gerektiği, kadının özel durumuna göre onun hangi tedbirleri alması ve nasıl bir güvenlik planını hayata geçirmesi gerektiği gibi konularda detaylı bir paylaşım yapılıyor ve bu paylaşım gerektikçe gözden geçiriliyor. Bizim sığınağımızda yalnızca hafta içi ve mesai saatlerinde çalışanlar, Mor Çatı gönüllüleri oluyor. Ama tüm kadınların kendi telefonu var ve 7/24 sığınak çalışanlarına ulaşabilecekleri bir hat var. Sığınakta kalan kadın ve çocukların tümü hepimiz gibi acil bir durumda öncelikli olarak aranması gereken numaraları arayabiliyorlar, arayacak bilgiye sahipler. Bu güvenlik için kendi tedbirlerini alan kadın ve çocuklar sığınaktan ayrıldıktan sonraki hayatlarında da bu bilgi ve deneyimden faydalanıyorlar. Sığınaklar geçici yerler, yaşam boyu bir güvenlik görevlisi onların güvenliğini sağlamayacak ve şiddet uygulayanın şiddeti de son bulmayabilir, başka güvenlik açıkları ortaya çıkabilir. Biz pandemi döneminde bu kadın ve çocukların kendi hayatlarına ilişkin sorumluluğu üstlendiği modelin olumlu yanlarını da gördük. Sığınak çalışanları uzun süre sığınağa gitmeden uzaktan destek sağladı ve bu süreçte sığınak çalışmamız kesintiye uğramadan sürdürülebildi. Şiddetsizlik kuralı çok açık. Kadınlar birbirlerine ve çocuklarına şiddet uygulamamalı. Bunun da üzerine sürekli çalışılıyor. Bu 2 kural dışında gündelik hayatla ilgili ortaklaşmaya ihtiyaç duyulan her türlü konuda Brita'nın bahsettiğine benzer bir şekilde evde kalan kadınlar, çalışanlar ve kendilerini de ilgilendiren her türlü konuda çocuklar birlikte karar veriyorlar. O yüzden dönem dönem gündelik hayatın işleyişiyle ilgili kurallar değişebiliyor. Sığınak deneyiminin özgürleştirici bir deneyim olması kadınların sığınaktan sonra kurdukları hayatlar üzerinde de etkili oluyor. Kadınların sığınaktan ayrıldıktan sonra da riskleri görme, analiz etme, planlama yapma ve hayatlarının kontrolünü ve sorumluluğunu alma konusunda güçlenmiş olduklarını görebiliyoruz. Bizce bu muazzam bir kazanım. Şimdi Türkiye'de erkek şiddetiyle mücadelede izlenen politikalar kadınlara verilen hizmetleri de birebir etkiliyor. Mor Çatı'da bunu da yakından gözlemliyoruz. İktidarın güç kazandıkça aile odaklı politikaları uygulamayı önceliklendirdiğini, bunu yaparken planlı olarak politik söylemi buna göre ürettiğini ve adım adım ilerlediğini görüyoruz. Mor Çatı'nın deneyimi bu etkinin en çok hizmet sağlayanların tutumuna yansıdığını ve kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadelede geri adımların ve kadın düşmanı söylemlerin kötü uygulamaları adeta kurumsallaştırdığını gösteriyor. Neleri görüyoruz? Bir kere kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadelede en önemli araçlardan biri olan 6284 sayılı kanun uygulanmasında çeşitli zorluklarla karşılaşıyoruz. Gizliliğin sağlanamaması hala, gerekli olduğu halde bir takım önlemlerin alınmaması, kararların kısa süreli alınması ve kadının ihtiyacı gözetilmeden böyle bir şablon üzerinden verilmesi, kararların şiddet uygulayana tebliğinin uzun sürmesi, mülki amirliklerin hala sorumluluklarını yerine getirmemesi ve hatta getirmek için gerekli mekanizmaların dahi henüz oluşturulmamış olması. Neredeyse 10 yıl oldu kanun yürürlüğe gireli. Geçici nafaka ve geçici velayetin verilmemesi gibi sorunlar var. Bunun dışında sığınaklarda sunulan hizmetin kadınları özgürleştirmekten uzak ve kısıtlayıcı yapısı var sorun olarak karşımıza çıkan. Sığınak dışı özellikle sosyal hizmet mekanizmalarının hiç olmaması, bir hotline'ın hala olmaması, koordinasyon için kurulan şiddet önleme ve izleme merkezlerinin bu işlevi asla yerine getirmemesi, kolluk görevlerinin görevlerini yerine getirmemesi, kadına yönelik şiddet davalarında, kadın cinayeti davalarında cezasızlık, boşanma davalarının süresinin aşırı uzun olması ve kadınları tekrar travmatize eden süreçler haline gelmesi ve ilgili tüm kurumlarda şiddete maruz kalan bir kadının başvurabileceği, başvurmak zorunda kalacağı hemen hemen her kurumda karşılaşılan hizmet sağlayıcıların yargılayıcı ve suçlayıcı tutum ve davranışları bizim en çok karşılaştığımız kötü uygulamalar demek mümkün. Zaten mevcut mevzuatın uygulanmadığını biliyoruz. Mor çatı olarak yasaların, mevzuatın kağıt üzerinde kaldığını çoğu zaman tanıklık ediyoruz. Ve Türkiye'de kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadele hali hazırda zaten çetrefilliyken İstanbul Sözleşmesi'nden bir gece yarısı kararıyla çıkılması bizim için önemli bir hak kaybı oldu. İstanbul Sözleşmesi'nin imzalandığı günden bu yana kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadelede devlet üstüne düşen yükümlülükleri zaten yerine getirmedi. Ve erkek şiddetine karşı mücadelede bugüne kadar elde ettiğimiz yasal kazanımların uygulamadaki karşılığını ise gün geçtikçe daha az görüyoruz. Kadınların mor çatıyla yaptıkları paylaşımları esas alarak izleme yapmayı önemsiyoruz. Bu sayede uygulamadaki aksaklıkları ortaya çıkarıyoruz. Bunu kadınlardan aldığımız güçle aslında rahatlıkla söyleyebiliyoruz ki sistemin şu yanları işlemiyor, şunlar kadınları güçsüzleştiriyor. Kadınların paylaşımlarının yanı sıra bu paylaşımlardan yola çıkarak topladığımız bir takım bilgiler oluyor. Ne yapıyoruz? İşte kadınlar için kadının kendi biricik durumu özelinde kurumlarla çeşitli görüşmeler, toplantılar yapabiliyoruz. İşte kurumlara ziyaretler gerçekleştirebiliyoruz. Bilgi edinme başvuruları yapıyoruz. Türkiye'deki mevcut şikayet mekanizmalarını kullanıyoruz. Kadınların da kullanması için bu bilgiyi paylaşmayı önemsiyoruz. Çeşitli atölyeler, eğitimler, paylaşım toplantıları, ortaya çıkan yayınların takibi gibi araçlarla izleme yapabiliyoruz. İzleme sonucu elde ettiğimiz bilginin hangi kanallardan ve ne şekilde paylaşılacağı da bizim titizlikle değerlendirdiğimiz bir başka konu. Tabii ki bu bilgiler başvuran bir kadının güçlenmesi için onunla da paylaşılıyor. Bir kadından aldığımız bir bilgi bir başka kadınla da paylaşılıyor. Ama bunun yanı sıra tüm kadınlara ulaşabilmesi ve hepimizi güçlendirebilmesi için yazılı materyaller üretiyoruz. İşte çeşitli raporlamalar yapıyoruz. Sosyal medya, geleneksel medya gibi araçları kullanıyoruz. Öğrencilerle, diğer örgütlerle görüşmeler, atölye çalışmaları yapıyoruz. İzleme raporları, gölge raporlar, uluslararası raporlamalar, kadın özelinde mahkeme raporları ve aslında hani feminist platformlar yoluyla kamuyla, sokakla da bu bilgiyi paylaşıyoruz. Son söz olarak ben de bu fotoğrafı paylaşmayı tercih ettim. Böyle İstanbullu her feministin heyecanla beklediği 8 Mart'tan umut veren bir görüntü hepimize. Yasalarla uygulamalar arasında gittikçe artan çelişkinin aile odaklı, kadınları değil aileyi koruyan, kadınları aile dışında bir birey olarak görmeyen politikalardan kaynaklandığını biliyoruz. Yasaların uygulayıcılarının, bürokrasinin her kademesine işlemiş olan bu zihniyet, kadınların şiddete maruz kaldıkları aileler dışında eşit ve özgür hayatlar kurmasının önünü tamamen kesiyor neredeyse. Bu eşitsizliği merkezine alan, kadınları kendi kararlarını verebilmeleri için cesaretlendiren, destek alanla veren arasındaki dayanışmayı esas alan ve böylece mücadele alanını daima büyüten feminist sosyal çalışmayı gerçekleştirmekten ve bunda ısrar etmekten başka yol olmadığını düşünüyoruz. Biz feminist bir kadın örgütü olarak biliyoruz ki evet, erkek şiddetinin sonlanması ancak toplumsal cinsiyet eşitliğinin sağlanmasıyla mümkün. Biz mücadeleye Mor Çatı olarak katkımızı sunarken işleyişin uygulamada nasıl olduğunu, etkilerini ortaya koyarak kadınlarla dayanışmayı, onları güçlendirecek kanallar yaratmayı hedefliyoruz. Her ne kadar mevcut durum oldukça endişe verici olsa da bizim dayanışma kurduğumuz kadınlar ya da duyduğumuz başka paylaşımlar, deneyimler, her birimizin deneyimi hepimizin kadınlar olarak kendi hayatımız ve özgürlüğümüz için mücadeleyi bir şekilde sürdürdüğümüzü gösteriyor. Biz de Mor Çatı olarak bu mücadeleden güç ve ilham alıyoruz diyerek sonlandırayım paylaşımımı. Teşekkür ederim.
Çok teşekkürler Açelya sunumun için. Hem Mor Çatı çalışmasını hem yaklaşımını ve politikasını hepimize özetlemiş oldun. Çok teşekkürler. Şimdi soru cevap kısmına geçiyoruz. Oldukça fazla soru geldi sizlerden. Mümkün olduğunca onları birleştirerek sormaya çalışacağım panelistlerimize. Öncelikle Liz'e gelen soruları biraz ard arda sorarak Liz'den bir seferde cevap alarak sormaya çalışacağım. Liz... Tamam. Şöyle birkaç soruyu şöyle özetleyebilirim bize gelen. Bir İngilizce soru var. Öncelikle Liz, bunu okumak istiyorum. I think one of the ways of not naming women as victim is to concentrate on men as perpetrators. Unfortunately, we do not have national perpetrator programs for men in Turkey. I'm working on that issue. What would you suggest? Thanks. Sorulardan bir tanesi bu. Bir diğeri de do you have any work for social...
I think for a long time it's been the view that the only thing that we should be doing is group work for men. And that has begun to shift a little bit here in the UK. And there are lots of different approaches being tested at the moment. One that I found very interesting was called Protect and Change. And this was people who have expertise working with perpetrators, having a conference with police, probation, social work, drug and alcohol services. And they sat in a room and did information sharing in real time. Each agency was in touch with their own database, and they were sharing the information that they had about perpetrators who were identified as, the term is high harm. A lot of reports to police, more than one victim, which is appropriate in this context because it's police reports. And together they worked out what levers they had to influence his behaviour. And I've started to think that actually what we should be thinking about is how do we, just as we seek to expand women's space for action, how do we narrow that of perpetrators? Criminal justice is only one route. There are others. What are the ways in which we can stop the context that he's in being one that allows him to perpetrate violence? So it's not reliant on him choosing to change. it's actually thinking, if we collectively focused on a perpetrator, what are the levers that we can use to limit their behaviour? So I do think there's a role for behaviour change organisations and work, but I think it's time to think a bit wider than that, and to see whether there are resources in communities or employers. You know, that there's a range of possibilities that we haven't really explored. So I think thinking sideways about what are the routes we have to influence the behaviour of this person, even if they themselves are not choosing to change.
Çok teşekkürler Liz. Bir soru daha var. Onu da belki coercive kontrol meselesiyle birleştirerek yanıtlamak isteyebilirsin. O konuda da bir not vardı ilk oturumdan bize. Şöyle, Türkiye'de geleneksel aile düzeninden kaynaklanan sorunlar başta olmak üzere sevgiliniz, patronunuz, eşiniz, babanız eril şiddete, psikolojik ve ekonomik şiddete bizi maruz bırakarak hayatlarımızı kontrol etmeye çalışıyorlar. Bu konuda bizler nasıl bir yol izlemeliyiz diye bir soru var. Bu konudaki düşüncelerini alabiliriz uygunsa.
I kind of wish I knew the answer. I don't know a perfect answer, but I do think that part of what I think is important about the coercive control concept, and also the legislation that we have had now for about 2.5 years here in the UK, is that it recognises that this is a pattern of behaviour. It's not individual incidents, and it's that pattern that entraps women, women and children. So actually having a law which recognises that it's a pattern is actually really significant. And one of the things that has been developing here is a focus on economic abuse. One of my colleagues, Nicola Sharp-Jeffs, heads up an organisation called Surviving Economic Abuse. And they've been doing really interesting work with banks and financial services to enable them to recognise when this is happening and to prevent women being made responsible for what they call coercive debt. So often when women separate, the mechanism that perpetrators have to continue control is through economics and finances. And so they've been developing a lot of work to limit the capacity of perpetrators to do that. They have a fantastic website with lots of resources. So I encourage, if you put Surviving Economic Abuse UK into a search engine, you'll find them. In terms of the particular cultural context of Turkey, I really don't want to presume that I know what you should do in your own country. I think we learn from each other and we pick up things and we adapt them to our own context. And I think we're all working with cultures that have enabled and legitimised men's violence. It's not the case that we don't have any of that in the UK. I think it takes a slightly different form because we've got a different history. And we have a slightly less authoritarian government than you, but only slightly. So we have to use the ideas and the practices in our own context and make them work in that context. And it's a struggle. We're all involved in a struggle, and it's sometimes it's a less hard struggle, and sometimes the context makes that struggle feel very difficult.
Çok teşekkürler Liz. Son bir soruyu daha sana gelen bir soruyu daha yöneltmek istiyorum diğer konuşmacılara geçmeden önce. Yine İngilizce gelen bir soruyu okuyacağım. Do you have any work for social transformation? For example, converting the language. It is like using the word survivor instead of victim. Do you think this will be beneficial for the elimination of sexual violence? And secondly, you mentioned many different survivors profiles. What's your perspective on trans women?
The issue about language is a complicated one, and I don't have a straightforward answer. In my writing these days, I often use victim-survivor to recognize that they're two sides of the same experience. I think women make their own decisions about what words they want to use. And sometimes they just want to be seen as themselves, their name, their social identity. Sometimes it's an important step for a woman to be able to name violence, because naming violence means you accept that you have been victimized and that who did it is a victimizer. And that's a big step. I think we've forgotten how big a step that is sometimes for women, because especially if it's involved sexual violence and it was a partner, it's a big step to actually say your partner raped you, that your partner is a rapist. So part of what I was saying about creating space to speak and to think and to name is about creating the space to do that. What my perspective is on trans women is such a big question. I, of course, think that any trans woman or trans man who has had an experience of violence should have access to services and support. It's a question as whether those should be trans-specific services, which is what some trans people say they want, or whether they're integrated and how they're integrated into existing services. And these things are a matter of debate, that we don't have an answer. We just have to be open to the conversation.
Teşekkür ederiz Liz yanıtlarınız için. Şimdi diğer konuşmacılara gelen sorulardan da bir toparlama yapmaya çalışacağım. Britta, özellikle sığınak çalışmanızla ilgili çok fazla soru var. Bunları biraz toparlayarak sormaya çalışacağım. Özellikle sığınaklarda kalan kadınlarla ilgili sosyoekonomik düzeyi düşük kadınlarla ilgili diye bir soru gelmiş. Okuryazarlık, iş bulma deneyimi gibi konularda nasıl güçlendirme çalışmaları yaptığınızla ilgili bir soru var. Çok fazla sığınakların güvenliğiyle ilgili soru gelmiş. Bağımsız sığınakların güvenliğini nasıl sağladığınızla ilgili sorular var. Oğlan çocukları ile ilgili bir yaş sınırlaması olup olmadığı ile ilgili bir soru var. Türkiye'de örneğin böyle bir yaş sınırlaması var, 12 yaş sınırlaması. Mor çatı sığınağında olmayan ama devlet sığınaklarında olan. O yüzden bu soru geldi diye tahmin ediyorum. Bakıyorum sığınağınızla ilgili. Bu database'den bahsettiniz sunumunuzda. Oranın bir hacklenme tehdidinden, saldırısından nasıl koruduğunuz ve nasıl güvenlik önlemleri aldığınızda dair kullandığınız database'lerle ilgili bir soru var. Bir de ihtisaslaşma ile ilgili bir soru var. İhtisaslaşmış sığınak konusu hakkında ne düşünüyorsunuz? Farklı sığınak modelleri uyguluyor musunuz? Güvenlik riski gibi konularda ya da başka konularda yine destek alacak kadınlar açısından ayrıştırdığınız modeller var mı? Bir de böyle bir soru var. Toparlayabilirim bu şekilde.
Okay, wie viel Zeit habe ich? Bis um 1 geht es, ne? Bei euch, ich bin ja eine Stunde zurück. Ja, okay, ich versuche mich kurz zu fassen. Ich habe schon ein bisschen im Chat geguckt, was kommen für Fragen.
Açelya'ya da, çok pardon Birlikte, Açelya'ya da bazı sorular olacak 2'ye kadar. Dolayısıyla biraz daha kısa bir zamanımız var bu soruların cevabı için. O yüzden belki genelleştirerek yanıtlayabilirsiniz.
Ja. Danke für den Hinweis nochmal, Leila, dass ich mich einteile. Ich fange mal an mit der Website Freie Frauenhausplätze. Das war, also ich bin dankbar für die Frage, weil ich weiß, dass wir das auch intern sehr viel diskutiert haben. Es ist so, dass wir in 2 Bundesländern, in Nordrhein-Westfalen und in Hessen, bereits seit vielen Jahren eine solche Seite hatten. Und wir konnten dort praktisch gut beobachten, dass die Ängste, die es vorher gab, wenn zum Beispiel ein Haus vorher grün war und eine Frau ist geflüchtet und das Haus wird plötzlich rot, dass dann der Täter sieht, da ist die Frau vielleicht hingegangen, dass sich diese Ängste oder diese Befürchtungen nicht bewahrheitet haben. In Deutschland ist es generell so, dass die Orte, an denen Frauen, also die Städte oder Landkreise, in denen Frauenhäuser sind, das ist bekannt. Alle Frauenhäuser machen vor Ort Öffentlichkeitsarbeit und politische Arbeit, Präventionsarbeit, egal in welcher Trägerschaft sie sind, autonome und auch nicht autonome Häuser, sodass alle Frauenhäuser haben Homepages, also Auftritte im Internet. Und ganz wichtig ist, dass die Teilnahme der Frauenhäuser auf dieser Webseite mitzumachen, sich zu registrieren, ist freiwillig. Das können Sie freiwillig entscheiden. Und die Frauenhäuser, die sagen, mit diesem Ampelsystem, wir sind skeptisch, die haben die Möglichkeit, mit einem weißen Marker sich zu kennzeichnen. Und der Marker steht auch nicht direkt an dem Standort, sondern der kann in der Stadt an den Bahnhof oder an die Polizeidienststelle selbstständig verschoben werden. Das ist nicht der exakte Standort. Und von der Sicherheit der Seite, wir haben einen sicheren Server und wir sind es natürlich am Beobachten und am Evaluieren, aber wir haben die Erfahrung der Kolleginnen aus den anderen Bundesländern, wo es diese Seiten schon länger gibt und haben bisher keine negativen Rückmeldungen bekommen. Aber wir sind natürlich aware. Dann die nächste Frage, Spezialisierung der Frauenhäuser. Das ist eine große Diskussion in Deutschland, hat Liz Kelly ja eben auch schon gesagt, zum Beispiel in Bezug auf Transmenschen oder Transfrauen, braucht es spezialisierte Angebote oder brauchen wir eher, egal, Frau ist Frau, egal was sie mitbringt. Und das sind nicht die autonomen Häuser, es gibt aber Bestrebungen zu sagen, wir brauchen Spezialisierung, zum Beispiel für Frauen nur mit Behinderungen. Wir sagen, die Frauenhäuser müssen einfach besser ausgestattet werden, dass sie jeder Frau den Raum bieten, den sie benötigt oder genug Platz benötigt. Das schließt auch an das Thema Altersgrenze für Jungen. Das ist in jedem Frauenhaus sehr unterschiedlich. Es gibt manche, die sagen bis 12, manche bis 13, manche bis 14. Auch das kommt auf die Struktur im Frauenhaus an. Wie viel Platz gibt es? Gibt es zum Beispiel für eine Frau ein Apartment mit ihren Kindern, sodass der 17-jährige Sohn nicht unmittelbar sich mit anderen Frauen und Kindern ein Badezimmer teilen muss? Und wir finden es eher gut, wenn auch ältere Söhne mitgenommen werden können, weil auch die sind von der Gewalt betroffen und dass dann aber die Bedingungen und die baulichen Bedingungen und auch die strukturellen Bedingungen vor Ort an die Bedürfnisse der Frau angepasst werden, an die Frau und die Kinder, die kommen. Das Thema Sicherheit der Frauenhäuser. Es ist nicht so, dass in Frauenhäusern ein Sicherheitsdienst, dass es in Frauenhäusern einen Sicherheitsdienst gibt. Es gibt Frauenhäuser, die haben Überwachungskameras oder haben auch, das sind manchmal die in Trägerschaft, also nicht die Autonomen, die dann wie eine Pforte oder sowas haben, sondern ich glaube, dass es bei uns mit der Sicherheit so funktioniert, ähnlich wie bei Morchate, dass wir den Frauen sehr deutlich machen, warum ist die Anonymität so wichtig. Und wir gucken natürlich, wenn eine Frau bei uns anruft und sagt, sie sucht einen Frauenhausplatz, dass wir mit ihr erstmal eine Gefährdungseinschätzung machen. Ist dieser Ort sicher genug für sie? Weil für uns ist es wichtig, dass die Frauen am Leben teilnehmen können, dass sie einkaufen gehen können, dass sie ins Kino gehen können, dass sie sich frei in der Stadt bewegen können. Und wenn sie das in der Stadt nicht machen kann, dann müssen wir einen anderen Ort suchen. Die Frau soll sich frei bewegen können. Und das, genau, also das Frauenhaus ist ein anonymer Schutzort, aber die Frau muss frei sein und nach außen gehen können. Und zu den sozioökonomischen Hintergründen, wir wissen natürlich auch, dass Gewalt auch dann in Abhängigkeiten führt oder die finanziellen Ressourcen der Frauen schlecht sind oder weil sie keinen Zugang zu Geld haben oder dass ihnen nicht erlaubt wird zu arbeiten. Wir machen da auf dieses Thema vor allem auch auf unserer politischen Arbeit aufmerksam. Was sind Folgen von erlebter Gewalt, neben zum Beispiel psychischen Erkrankungen oder auch genau in Armut zu rutschen, Frauen generell in prekäreren Beschäftigungsverhältnisse haben. Also das machen wir auf der politischen Ebene. Und wir natürlich rein praktisch die Frau darin zu unterstützen, wir sind erstmal oft mit Existenzsicherung beschäftigt, also dass die Frau Zugang zu den Sozialleistungen bekommt. Und dann aber auch zu schauen, wie möchte sie arbeiten, möchte sie eine Ausbildung machen daran. Dann müssen wir natürlich gucken, sind die Kinder versorgt? Gibt es eine Ganztagsbetreuung für die Kinder? Also es braucht bezahlbaren Wohnraum. Wir haben in Deutschland immer weniger bezahlbaren Wohnraum, sodass es für die Frauen viele Unmengen an Mieten gezahlt werden müssen. Und auch da setzen wir uns dann politisch ein, dass es bezahlbaren Wohnraum geben muss. Und natürlich auch die ganze Form der Finanzierung, dass wir sagen, dass die Frauenhäuser einzelfallunabhängig finanziert werden müssen. Es ist manchmal so, wenn es Tagessätze gibt, dass die Frauen zu den Kosten hinzugezogen werden, was natürlich der Wahnsinn ist. Sie erlebt die Gewalt und muss dann auch noch dafür bezahlen. Das hängt wiederum an unserer schlechten Finanzierungsform in Deutschland. Wir haben 16 Bundesländer, 16 verschiedene Finanzierungsformen der Frauenhäuser, des Frauenhausaufenthalts. So, das war jetzt im Schnelldurchgang die Beantwortung meiner Fragen. Man könnte sicherlich bei vielen noch intensiver in den Austausch kommen. Aber so viel erstmal von mir.
Çok teşekkürler Britta. Oldukça fazla soruya toparlayıcı şekilde yanıt verdiniz. Şimdi ben Açelya'ya bir soru iletmek istiyorum. Daha doğrusu 2 tane. Çünkü bir tanesi tüm katılımcılara yönelik, bir tanesi Açelya'ya gelen bir soru. Önce Açelya'ya geleni okuyayım. Henüz yolun çok başında süpervizyon sürecinde olan bir sosyal hizmet uzmanı olarak şunu merak ettim. Bahsettiğiniz dayanışma neleri kapsıyor? Daha doğrusu dayanışma perspektifinin danışan ve uzman arasındaki profesyonel sınırı zedelemesi ya da uzmanda ikincil travma yaratması gibi riskler mevcut mu? Ya da sizce böyle bir sınır gözetilmeli mi? Gözetilmeliyse sınır nerede başlayıp nerede bitmeli? Şahsen dayanışma kelimesi bana çok iyi geliyor fakat endişelendiriyor da biraz. Daha fazla ayrıntıya ihtiyaç duyuyorum demiş. Bir de şeyle ilgili, erkeklerle çalışmayla ilgili birkaç soru var tüm konuşmacılara yönelik. Liz biraz yanıtlamıştı aslında yaklaşımını. Belki Açelya biraz mor çatı yaklaşımını da aktarır. Eğer zaman kalırsa bu konudaki Britta'nın fikrini de almak isteriz en son kapatırken. Bu şekilde aktarabilirim soruları.
Teşekkürler Leyla'cığım. Merve'nin sorusuyla başlayayım. Çok haklısınız. Anlıyorum endişenizi. Bir kısmına da yanıt verdim ama böyle küçük bir tekrar olarak biz zaten ilişkiyi hani sosyal çalışma diyeyim tırnak içinde yürütürken de işte ruhsal çalışma yürütürken de hukuki destekler sağlarken de uzman ve hani danışan mağdur olarak kurmamaya gayret ediyoruz. Hani bunun üzerine çok düşünüyoruz. Ve dayanışma çok geniş bir kavram kesinlikle ve her birimizin anladığı, dayanışmadan ne anladığı da çok farklılaşabiliyor. O yüzden hani birazcık daraltmaya çalışayım. Biz başta da bahsettiğim gibi Mor Çatı'da bu dayanışmayı sağlarken sosyal çalışmanın bize sağladığı bilgiden, ilkelerden kesinlikle faydalanıyoruz. Ama ihtiyaç duyduğumuz kadarıyla kadınları güçlendirecek şekilde bu bilgiden faydalanmaya gayret ediyoruz. Bir kere hani şiddete bakış açımız, yani her birimizin kadın olduğumuz için erkeklerin şiddetine maruz kaldığımız ya da kalma ihtimalimizin en başta Roza'nın bahsettiği gibi oldukça yüksek olduğu gerçeğiyle yola çıkıyoruz. Yani buradan doğan bir deneyim ortaklığımız var kadınlarla. Fakat şunu yapmıyoruz. Evet, ben de kadın olduğum için şiddet yaşıyorum. Sen de hadi gel birlikte deneyimlerimizi konuşalım gibi bir yerde durmuyoruz. Kesinlikle belli sınırları koruyarak ve kadına açmaya çalıştığımız, yani destek almak için başvuran kadına açmaya çalıştığımız alanı destek veren olarak kaplamamaya çalışarak bu dayanışmayı kurmaya gayret ediyoruz. Bunu yapmamızı da sınırlar sağlıyor. Sorunuzu az evvel görünce hani aklıma gelen en çok ne bize destek oluyor? Yani kendimizi nasıl koruyoruz kadınlarla dayanışırken sorusuna yanıt düşünmeye çalıştım. Bence her şeyden önce Mor Çatı'nın neleri yapabileceğini, Mor Çatı olarak neleri yapabileceğimizi ve neleri yapamayacağımızı çok net bir şekilde her birimiz biliyoruz. Ve hani bunu bilmek de sürekli bir hani ardında bir kurumun olduğu, tırnak içinde hani feminist bir kurumun olduğu duygusunu veriyor. Çok her kadın için özel olarak kurabileceğin bir alan yaratıyor sana. Bu kesinlikle çok koruyucu her şeyden evvel. Asla kadın adına karar vermiyoruz. Kadından daha iyi bileceğimizi düşünmüyoruz. Çünkü her birimiz kendi hayatımızla ilgili uzmanız. Destek sağlanan kadın, yani başvuruda bulunan kadın kendi hayatıyla ilgili en doğru olanı nihayetinde biliyor ve hani bunu ortaya çıkarmak için bir destek sağlıyoruz. O yüzden hiçbir zaman o kararın yükünü de aslında almıyoruz, paylaşmıyoruz demek mümkün. Onun dışında kadınlarla da hayatlarına ilişkin sorumluluğun, aldıkları kararların sorumluluğunun onlarda olduğu bilgisini sıklıkla paylaşıyoruz. Bu hem özgürleştirici, güçlendirici bir alan tanıyor. Bazen böyle feministler, başka feministler Mor Çatı dışındaki bize kızıyorlar bunları anlattığımızda. Nasıl yani, kadını oradan alıp eve götürmediniz mi? İşte sığınağa kendiniz bırakmıyor musunuz gibi kızıyorlar bize. Ama aslında biz bunun da özgürleşmenin bir parçası olduğunu, kadının kendi hayatıyla ilgili kararlar almasının bir parçası olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Bir de aslında süpervizyon desteği alıyoruz. Bazen bunun için kaynak yaratıp Mor Çatı dışından işte destekler alabiliyoruz. Bazen kaynağımız olmuyor ve kendi içimizde süpervizyon mekanizmaları yaratıyoruz. Bunların koruyucu yanları oluyor muhakkak ki. Erkeklerle çalışma yürütmüyoruz, yürütmeyi de düşünmüyoruz ve bunun kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadelenin bir parçası olarak kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadeleye ayrılan kaynakların aktarılacağı bir mecra olarak görülmesiyle ilgili de aslında sorun yaşıyoruz. Çünkü gördüğümüz kadarıyla dünyadaki çalışmalar da pek sonuç veren çalışmalar değil, erkeklerle yürütülen çalışmalar. Zaten hani şiddet uygulayan kişi çoğunlukla bu sorumluluğu üstlenmiyor. Hatta uyguladığı şeyin şiddet olmadığını düşünüyor. Uyguladığı şiddeti kabul eden çok az sayıda erkek var ve elbette destek mekanizmalarına erişmeleri önemli. Fakat hani Türkiye'de özellikle kurulan dile ve sisteme bakıldığında, işte zorla tedavi ettirmek gibi yaklaşımlara bakıldığında bunun hani bu işte evet, ben şiddet davranışını uyguladım ve bu davranışı değiştirmek istiyorum. Bu davranışı değiştirmek için de desteğe ihtiyacım var diyebilecek çok az sayıdaki muhtemelen erkeğin alacağı destekle ilgili olduğunu düşünmüyoruz. Bize göre erkek şiddeti bir hastalık değil. Şiddet uygulayan erkeklerin de rehabilitasyona ihtiyacı yok. Çünkü hani rehabilite edilecek bir durum yok ortada. Böyle olsaydı zaten hani sokakta gördüğümüz, işte etrafımızda olan her iki erkekten birisinin ruh hastası olması ve desteğe ihtiyacı olduğunu kabul etmemiz gerekirdi. Böyle bir durum yok maalesef. Bunun kaynağı böyle sihirli bir çubukla ya da işte birkaç seanslık destekle yok edilemeyecek, çok daha kapsamlı bir mücadeleyi gerektiren toplumsal cinsiyet eşitsizliği. O yüzden de hani daha gerçekçi bir yerden bakılıp ona göre desteklerin planlanması gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. Bize göre şiddetle mücadelede en kıymetli araç kadınları güçlendirecek mekanizmalar kurmak.
Çok teşekkürler Açelya yanıtların için. Britta, bu konuda bu bütün panelistlere birkaç defa sorulmuş bir soruydu. Sen de son bir ekleme yapmak ister misin? 5 dakikamız var şu anda.
Genau, also die Frage mit Solidarität und sozialer Arbeit, ne? Das war die Frage.
Erkeklerle çalışmaya dair bu hepinize sorulan bir soruydu. Liz'den biraz almış olduk ve Açelya'dan. O yüzden sizden de belki duyabiliriz diye.
Die Männer habe ich schon wieder zur Seite geschoben.
Çok haklı bir unutkanlık.
I can say some more if you want to.
Ja, ich finde, also ich kann mich erstmal dem anschließen, was Celle gesagt hat. Und ich finde Arbeit mit Männern wichtig, aber ich finde, das müssen feministische Männer machen. Also wir haben in Deutschland eine Bundesarbeitsgemeinschaft der Täterarbeit, wo wir als feministische Einrichtung die Standards mit erarbeitet haben und wo wir gesagt haben, eine gute Arbeit mit Tätern macht nur dann Sinn, wenn sie feministisch ist und wenn sie die Strukturen, die Gesellschaftsstrukturen anerkennt. Von daher, und es gibt unterschiedliche Ansätze in der Täterarbeit, aber da bin ich froh, dass wir einen Bundesverband haben, der mit uns gemeinsam auftritt und gemeinsam mit uns kämpft und sagt, wir leben in einem Patriarchat und die Männer müssen Verantwortung übernehmen. Und wir müssen feministisch arbeiten und dass sie das auch so öffentlich sagen. Und da denke ich, da haben wir viel erreicht. Genau, aber für uns ist das nicht die Arbeit, da sollen sich die feministischen Männer drum kümmern.
Çok teşekkürler Britta yanıtın için. Şu anda artık araya yavaş yavaş geçiyoruz. Konuşmacılardan kısa bir ekleme yapmak isteyen var mı diye son 3 dakika kala bir sormak isterim. Açelya, Liz ve Britta, sizden bir ekleme yapmak isteyen var mı? Yok sanıyorum ki. Saat 2 ile 3 arası bir...
Sorry, I was muted. I would like to say that I think work with men, work with perpetrators is not the responsibility of women's organisations, but it is the responsibility of a lot of state organisations. And particularly with social work, I think I can speak from the UK, but I know this is similar in other countries. Social workers end up focusing on women and on making women responsible for their own safety and that of their children. And there is some work going on here in the UK to enable social workers to focus more on the perpetrators. That actually, if they want to keep women and children safe, that should be the focus of their interventions. So I absolutely agree that this is not the work of women's organisations, but it should be the work and the focus of many other organisations.
Çok teşekkürler Liz eklemen için. Şimdi artık araya gidebiliriz. Saat 2 ile 3 arasında bir ara veriyoruz. Saat 3'te diğer panel oturumumuzla yeniden görüşmek üzere. Hepinize çok teşekkürler katılımınız için.
Hi, Marcella.
Hi, Salima.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm so sorry I could not participate in the morning because I had another working commitment, but I heard from an Italian participant that it was great.
Yeah, it was.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah, it was full of very inspiring presentations.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted to hear Rosa, Liz, all our friends. But I mean, so it was like you expected and wanted.
Yeah. Yes, actually, it was more than we expected.
Wow.
We are very inspired.
And do you have the participants you expected? Is it fine? Is it good?
Yes, it is. We had like approximately 160 participants listening in the morning. Yeah.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
But I mean, you had not talking about me, of course, but you have managed to get very good speakers. So that's not surprising. It's great. Yeah. You can see. So it's all fine. Do I have to consider anything?
No, you have like 30 minutes, up to 30 minutes. We'll have your presentations, then we'll have the Q&A section.
Yeah, so we have 3 presentations and then at the end, the half hour questions, right?
Sorry, Marcella, I couldn't hear you because my interpretation was open. the Turkish one.
Yeah, so we have 3 presentations, 1 and 2 others, and then there is the questions and answers, right? Okay.
Yes.
Fine.
In the morning, we were all on time. I expect the same for this panel.
Yes, of course. I mean, I think we are used to be really respecting the times. Yeah. Yeah. So it is important. It's also a matter of respect of the other speakers.
Yeah.
And the audience.
Also in terms of our time management, for the questions and etc. It's all fitted very well.
I think I must say this, I think has improved a lot online. People online are much more careful about this than when we are in person. I don't know if you noticed, but that's fine.
Yeah.
And is the audience mainly Turkish? Can you tell?
Yeah, it's mainly Turkish, but also there are international attendees. Yeah.
And is it
mostly
mainly
from Wave announcements?
Is it mainly experts or? Mm-hmm. Just to know, is it mainly experts or all kind of what is the audience?
It's a mixed audience.
Okay, good.
Okay. So I see that everyone is here. I will switch to Turkish. So you can just click on English to hear that in English. I'm changing my language right now. Merhaba herkese. Bugünkü konferansımızın 2. paneline hoş geldiniz. Bugün panelimizde kadına yönelik şiddetle mücadelede koordinasyon pratiklerini konuşacağız. 3 konuşmamız olacak. Bunlardan ilkini Marcella Pirone'den dinleyeceğiz. Ben başlamadan kısaca Marcella'dan bahsetmek istiyorum. Marcella Pirone İtalya'da aile hukuku, kadın ve çocuk hakları, kadına ve çocuğa yönelik şiddet ve iş yerinde taciz ve şiddet alanlarında uzman bir avukat ve 2 bağımsız kadın sığınağının eş kurucusu. 2008'den bu yana İtalyan Ulusal Kadınlar için Uzmanlanmış Destek Hizmetleri Ağı, DİRE'nin ve DİRE Kadın Avukatlar Grubu'nun kadınlara yönelik şiddete karşı kadın ağının eş kurucularından birisi ve aynı zamanda üyesi. Boğaziçi Üniversitesi Sosyal Hizmetler Fakültesi'nde misafir öğretim üyesi olarak ceza hukuku dersleri vermekte. Sosyal hizmetler, sağlık hizmetleri ve gençlik hizmetlerinde çalışanlara ve aile hukuku, çocuk ceza hukuku, kadına ve çocuğa yönelik şiddet, ceza hukuku ve iş yerinde şiddet alanlarında çalışan kolluk ve yargı mensuplarına meslek içi eğitimler veriyor. 98 yılından beri ise Wave üyesi. 2017 yılından beri Wave Yönetim Kurulu üyesi ve 2020 yılından beri Wave Başkanlığı'nı da yürütüyor. Sözü Marcella'ya veriyorum. Son bir hatırlatma yapmak isterim. Bütün sunumları aldıktan sonra en sonda katılımcıların sorularını alacağız. Teşekkürler Marcella. Sözü sana veriyorum.
Thank you very much for this presentation and of course for having invited me. I am very sorry that I could not participate as a listener to this morning. I heard it was very, very interesting and I had no doubts about it, knowing the speakers, like all of them, and having some friends there, Rosa Logar and Liz Kelly, and you really managed to have a conference. I make my compliments, with a lot of real, excluding me, but a lot of expert women and activists who are really, really interesting. I would have joined the conference in any case, even if I wasn't a speaker, because it shows and confirms to me that your activity and your networking has a great value, not only in Turkey, but all over Europe. And that makes it possible that thanks to your engagement, that we can really convey so interesting women activists against violence against women. So thank you very much indeed. I don't know if someone can help with the slides, but I asked for that, so it's fine. What I want to say before we start with the slides is, or maybe we can start with the slides so it's more easy to follow. I am here, as you rightly said, in representation of a network, the Italian network DIRE, Donne in Rete contro la Violenza, which is actually not a network of lawyers, it's a network of women shelters, of women specialist services. Women run specialists, and I wish to say that specifically because that's very important, that we are now, if you can go on please to the second slide, we are at the moment 81 women's organizations in Italy. I remind you that Italy is quite a crowded country. We are over 65 million. So 81 in our shelters spread all over Italy, which are actually having this characteristic of acting according to feminist principle, and only women run, and only for women and their children, victims of violence against women and girls, male violence, we always want to say. So we have anti-violence center. We call them anti-violence center, which you can imagine. I will describe them what it is. It's not the shelter, but it's the place where the women are. It's an open address place where women can come and ask for help, be counseled. And then there are in this network, we have 150 shelters all over Italy, which means that's the secret address where women can be safely hospitalized with their children. We have in most regions, Italy has 20 regions, so it's in most regions, and we are supporting around, this is of course a rough number, a figure, 20,000 women per year. So if you can go on, please. I mean, this is very long, but I don't want to say all, but what is important, as I said, we started as an informal network. Italy started from the feminist movement to tackle violence against women and girls by voluntary projects, and they started in the early 90s, and we started then connecting with each other. The first ones, 5, 6, 10, and then now we are 80. And it was an informal network. And then in 2008, after 20 years, we had the necessity to formalize it as an NGO, because we started becoming, of course, a contractor for public tenders and so on. As I said, we absolutely, the root is the feminism, and we want not only to help every single woman and their children, but we want to bring cultural change concerning the problem of violence against women and girls, because Italy is unfortunately quite known for having a very still traditional, of course, patriarchal culture. We were monitored by Grevio, and Grevio described very well in its Italian report how the stereotypes and prejudice about the traditional role of women and men in family are absolutely characterizing every intervention in terms of violence. This is to be said, because if you look at our laws, the Italian laws are not bad. They are actually, Italy has, of course, a long juridical tradition. They make very good laws. The laws are written well, and we could also participate to some of the contents of the laws as a women's lawyers, the Dire lawyers movement. But the problem is the implementation and the culture and the cultural background and where the laws then have to be applied and how. And this is a common problem, not only in Italy, but I want to stress that out because sometimes our politicians or lawyers, legal experts say that we have wonderful framework, but that's absolutely not enough. So we do a lot of advocacy work. As Dire, we do not provide direct services. We are the network of the shelters and of the projects, and we do a lot of lobbying, political work. We try to participate to national and international projects, and we network on international basis. Of course, we are members of WAVE, of EWL, and of the Global Network. Please, next slide. I'm going through this all quickly because I want to be more pointing out some critical points, not only describing what we do and how we are. Just a very quick overview, just to of course, confirm what everyone experienced all over Europe and I think the world. We had, of course, the lockdown period. You might remember Italy was the first European country with a lot of death, a lot of COVID, a lot of shocking situations. So we are now doing quite well, I must say. We are sort of in the average of the other European countries, so it's much better than a year ago. But this is just to show you how many women the shelters of Dire were supporting in 1 month and how it increased in the lockdown, during the lockdown. But at the same time, it increased a lot. And we know all, I'm not going into the COVID story because we know how critical and how difficult it was for everyone, for the women first of all, but also for the women's specialist services. But we have to realize, for example, what happened in Italy, that there was a drop in new calls and new requests of help. So the ones who were already in contact with us could find the contact, but a lot could not find the contact for the first time they needed it. So this is, of course, due to a lot of restrictions and difficult situation. Please, the next slide. Thank you. So what is this Centro Antiviolenza, which means anti-violence center? It is actually, because in Italy we started not following some models where the shelter is everything, the core of the intervention and everything. We started deciding all over Italy that we wanted a safe, secret place for women, which is, of course, the refuge, but we also, that requires a lot of money. And that when we started, and I will tell you how it is now, but we had never money. The whole of the Italian feminist movement and the women's shelter movement did never have any money, public money. And so it all started with voluntary work. So it was, of course, much more, it was impossible to have with voluntary work, no money, a refuge, unless someone would donate it. But that was far away from the public awareness that violence is a problem that you have to tackle and donate something. So we started like everyone does when you have no resources, but a lot of good and political will to do something to tackle this problem. We started with phone lines, first of all, phone lines, phoning, giving numbers where the women could start asking for help. Then we started being able to have some spaces where they could come, and they were all public spaces, so they could come and find experts. And that's, I want to underline, being volunteering and being volunteers at that time, like now, did not mean that we were not experts. It was all very engaged women, very professional women who, besides their ordinary jobs, lawyers, psychologists, social worker, sociologists, they were engaging and giving their energy, their intelligence, their competence, their political engagement to help to tackle these problems, which, of course, in the early 90s was totally ignored or not yet as considered as important by any politicians or by any public awareness. So it took this 30 years to make it a problem, a public problem, and to know that this has to be tackled and that this is a public responsibility. And these shelters, these centers could then grow. As I said, we have more than 80, but more than hundreds actually. And there is this, I don't list all, but this is what is offered to the women and their children, and also to every professional or every other person who wants to know more about this issue or wants to help someone she knows or he knows that is in a problem. So this is what we give, as you can read. The usual things which are provided, but this is very important that we provide them with a feminist approach and never gender neutral. That's absolutely to underline, because we know how much nowadays this gender neutral approach is, I would say, like a virus going all over, coming everywhere, sneaking in, and also finding a lot of space in public funds and public policies. This is one structure. Then, if you can please go on to the next slide, we have the shelters as such, which is the refuges, which have a secret address for reasons of security, safety, of course, and they offer 24-hour refuge. So, and of course, every day of the year. So a woman can really call and come and be given a refuge and a safety. And what is again important, specific professional help, and it's a holistic approach. I mean, we really try to give with these different places of our projects, but also with these different professional competencies, we really try to give the woman whatever she needs. And I think I'm speaking to an audience which is quite expert, and so I don't want to go too much into what a shelter is, what it does, but it is certainly, and this I want to stress out to understand the next step of my presentation, it is certainly the place, the shelter plus the counseling center, however they are structured, they can be in the same place, they can be separated, but what is important is the group of women who are working there, who are offering their competence, as I said, engagement and help, knowing what this means for a woman to be in a violent situation, and putting the woman at the center of the intervention. That means the woman is the core. We always say the woman is the best expert of her situation. She has to be listened to, taken seriously, and every step has to be done with her, because she knows exactly what it was till today, what it is today, and what happens if. So we are certainly never, and this makes a bit of a difference between feminist approach and a sort of gender neutral approach, or this sort of pietistic approach about talking about women as weak, victims, and so on. We actually don't like the expression victim, because we know women are incredibly strong to survive that for a long time, or more or less long time, and especially to manage to get out of it. That's why it's the right expression is they're survivors. And like all survivors, they have to be taken seriously and really helped like they want to, and they know what they need to be helped for. So this is what we try to really do in our projects, in our initiatives. And that's why, if you can go to the next step, please. That's why I'm bringing you now an example, but it could be an example for many other places initially. What it is about the networking. We are specialists, we are experts in networking. When I say we, I mean women's movements, feminist movements. So this is to be considered. This is an incredible competence. It's an incredible skill, because we are absolutely willing to listen to others, to recognize others' competence, to learn, to grow together, but especially to work together, to join our efforts, to join our intelligence in order to reach a common goal. And the common goal is really a life free of violence for every woman in our society, but in the specific case for that single woman who comes that day and tells us her story. So we realized this is our practice, political practice of relationship between women, And we have a relationship also with the woman who comes to us, a political relationship. Of course, I'm talking about the feminist political relationship. So when we started not only being feminists in many issues, and not only theoretically about the many women's rights we had in Italy, very interesting battles in the 70s about divorce, abortion, and so on. So that's what was nourishing us all. We had to make this further step, which was to be operative, which was not only being thinking and creating culture and creating awareness, but we had to really, in Italian we say, we had to get our hands dirty. We had to go into the middle of the problem and really working at it with the women suffering from it, and not only hearing about it, and with them, together with them. So we realized that we need to be strong, and we can't do it alone. So as much as we say, tell every single woman, you can't do it on your own, because it's hard, it's incredibly, you have an incredible difficult situation, and you can survive. You have been great in surviving till now, but it's really important not to be alone. And that's what we tried to do. We realized we also cannot be alone. So we started looking around, seeing who else is always going to be tackling this single situation. Where does the woman hit her head when she needs help? And of course, we could immediately recognize that it was health services, social services, police, very often judges, and of course, education, school, but mainly those ones I've mentioned. And we also realized that every one of these single actors was tackling this problem with totally different approaches. If we can talk about approaches, I would say for a long time with no approaches at all, improvising and bringing in whatever for by chance that single person who that woman would meet. It could be a single doctor, it could be a single policeman, a single social worker, and there was actually not much distinction about being a woman or a man, how they reacted. It was just a matter of luck if the woman would get an adequate answer, and most of the time, of course, it was never adequate, because this is not a problem you can improvise it or tackle with no professionality. And that was the problem. All the people I mentioned of these areas were thinking, oh God, a woman who is in a violent situation, it's not professional. It's a sort of crying story. You have to be good. And this was terrible. So it took decades to realize that this is a serious professional problem. It requires a professional competence. It requires seriousness. It requires attention. It requires energy and effort. And how did we manage that? We started in every single place we were active. And this is a place, there's a little Italian town in northern Italy, which is as I said, a model example, but it happened all over Italy. I must maybe say that, as we said, Italy is 66 million, and it has a big difference in economical resources and in geographical areas, not only between rural and cities like it is in many countries. We have actually few big cities. We have more little municipalities, a lot of little municipalities, and of course a rural area. But our main difference is between southern Italy and northern and central Italy. For historical reasons, I can't now lose time to tell you, but southern Italy has always been a place where there has been less capacity of the political state, of the actual public responsibility to really be efficient and effective. We have, of course, also a big phenomenon of the criminality, mafia, and so on. But I mean, I'm not going to talk about this, but why I'm saying this is because this example comes from an area which is quite a rich area. So that makes a difference. As much as I said before, rich means not rich only in the private sense, but rich in terms of the public politics, the public services, the money, the public money comes into, circulates in the society. Sorry, I see I have a bad light. I just tried to get it right. So that's better, I think. We have a wonderful sun, which is shining. So this is an area. It's a small town, which maybe makes also things easier. This small place, what happened? We did found, I was one of the founders, this shelter and this center. We realized what I was telling before, that we need to work together. And so we started by bringing together all these actors and around the table. We called the responsibility of the municipality. We have strong possibilities with the single local politicians, more than the national one. I think I gather that in many countries, I don't know Turkey, this is similar. I heard, for example, from Hungary, which is, of course, a very bad country at the moment in terms of democracy and in terms of opposing Istanbul Convention principles and all the projects for women. And I heard from some colleagues, WAVE members, that they can actually reach quite a lot on the local level. And this is similar. The women's shelters were a very big and strong engine at local levels, speaking out and saying, we are the experts. We are guaranteeing in this territory that the women get and children get proper help, but we need your cooperation in terms of taking your part of responsibility, your money, and also all the professionals who work around it have to sit and listen to us. And we organized, we managed with the help of course, engaging, and this takes years, but engaging the politicians, engaging the municipality, engaging the head of all these services, the police, the judges, the health, the social, to sit around tables, but tables which were not just like our great Greta told us, blah, blah, blah, but tables which were really learning together. We did a lot of trainings together to start having a common view of the problem, common language, common research of solutions. And this was compulsory. Of course, the judges, you can't have them compulsory on the table. So the judges are always the ones who are most missing, unfortunately. But we had the police. We had a lot of police. I must say the police has been, since the last 10, 15 years, very active on this. Because they were also frustrated of the bad results of their trying to help sometimes. So we managed to give through this networking, which it's a practice. We have, as NIRA shelters applied in all single areas, we have created networks which are not only meeting and talking, but working at the single situation and with the shelter as the center of it. And this means a lot for the women's discourse and for the feminist discourse and for the shelters discourse, because that means that we manage to be recognized as the expert who can somehow be the ones who are leading the best policy and the best intervention. We are the ones whose language has to be taken over, whose views have to be taken over, whose methodology, how to work with a woman, has to be taken over, and who has to be involved when a woman comes first to the police, or let's say first to hospital. They have to immediately, in this network, tell the woman, make her aware that there is a place, there is a shelter, there is of women where she can get help. All not being forced to do it. This is our main core issue. We don't want the woman to get caught in a net where she can't get out anymore. The woman has to be adequately served, because it's a public responsibility by whoever can do it in this territory, private civil society actors or public actors, with an adequate intervention, with an adequate culture, with respect, with everything she needs according. Istanbul Convention has described this multi-agency approach very well, has valued what the shelters and the women's specialist services have done. It's not, what Istanbul Convention is written about this was born from our practice, not our Italian practice, but from the feminist women's shelters practice all over Europe. So you can read what I'm saying, in fact, in many principles of Istanbul Convention, and that's crucial. That's the best recognition we could have. But because it works, When it works, it works. Of course, it has to be stable, constant, and it has to be taken and financed by the public, because imagine what enormous a lot of work this requires from the shelters to coordinate, to be in touch, to train, to think. So it has to be financed, because we are tired and we are not willing anymore to do all this work for free, as if we were just some women who have nothing to do in their life apart from being nice to other women. So we are experts and competent and professionals, and we want to be, and despite being civil society, despite being feminist, we are important in your policy, in everything which has to be efficiently thought, financed, and programmed to tackle violence in the adequate way. Otherwise, the problem will never be solved, as we are seeing, unfortunately, over and over again. Some tricky things about all this. The tricky thing is that it cannot depend on single people. Because, of course, if you have the open-minded police officer, then it works. As soon as he goes or there is a change, you have to start all over again. That's one thing. So it has to be somehow formalized. It has to be formalized, and we have that. We call it protocols, operational protocols. I mean, it has to be written down so that everyone who is part of this network is obliged, takes the commitment and is obliged, whoever is sitting then on this chair. That's very, very important. Another issue which could be critical is, of course, the unwritten hierarchy. We know in the professional world, I mean, that's everywhere in the world, there is a hierarchy between judges, social workers, doctors, and at the very bottom, shelters and civil society. This has to be absolutely not hidden. This has to be really taken into account and mentioned and looked at, because in this network, there is no one is better than the other. We all need each other, and we are all at our level necessary and important for the woman. So the common goal has always got to be in front of us. And there is also another tricky things I would say is that, of course, the network is influenced by everything which comes from outside, and that there are these attempts to sneak in, as I was saying before, some visions which are not acceptable for us, which are this gender neutrality. There has been a discussion about perpetrators programs. Fine, they are also necessary, but they have also to be, like everyone else, professional. They have to prove that they are necessary. They have to give data, transparent data, and not just sit in this table because they have given themselves a name and to get maybe some public money. So it has to be tables and networks who are really where it's possible to check on the quality and not only sit there because I have I know some politician, or I have managed to get a project or something. So this is all very to be careful about, because otherwise, the networks are made by people, are made by trends, and so we of course had to face several different phases, and this is very clear, and that they have also, if possible, that happens in Italy, be not only financed at local level, but they have to get a national value. I mean, the national methodology to tackle violence should become a model which is the same, recommended and supported, again, financially, for all local authorities. Otherwise, we have, which also is not acceptable, some local authorities which are perfectly, because they have a particular good moment, goodwill, history of activism, and some who have nothing. And this is not fair for a woman. In a country, in Italy in this case, a woman has the right to get the same adequate and quality support wherever she is. if she's in the north or in the south of Italy. And that's a principle which we absolutely want to tackle. I don't know if there's another slide. Probably yes. Can you please show me? Yeah, I said everything, I think, because I'm looking at the time. I don't want to steal any minute from my other very important colleagues. So I stop here. I hope it was clear. It's, of course, difficult to describe such complex common action between all of these actors who are the ones. And I'm very happy to answer to some questions to you. Thank you.
Teşekkürler Marcella. Soru cevap kısmında eminim bolca soru gelecektir. Çünkü bu bize dinlerken Türkiye deneyimimizi de hatırlatan pek çok şey içeriyordu. Şimdi sırada Maison de Femme'den Gada Hatem ve Jessica Sprouse beraber sunumlarını yapacaklar. Ben kısaca ikisini de tanıtmak istiyorum. Çok pardon. Jessica Sprouse 2018-2019 yılları arasında La Maison de Femme de Saint-Denis için proje ve operasyon müdürü olarak çalıştı. Geniş rolleriyle Jessica, HDP'nin günlük operasyonlarının güvence altına alınmasına yardımcı olduğu kadına yönelik şiddet konusunda hem ulusal hem de uluslararası profesyonel eğitimler ve konferanslar düzenledi. Çok sayıda bağış toplama etkinliğine ev sahipliği yaptı. Ortak ve kar amacı gütmeyen kuruluşlarla ilişkiler kurdu. Şu anda bir sağlık şirketi olan CVS Health için pazarlama stratejisti. Ayrıca 12-24 yaş arasındaki gençlere kapsamlı genel ve cinsel sağlık hizmetlerinin yanı sıra sosyal ve eğitim programları sunan New York City merkezli kar amacı gütmeyen The Door'un Genç Yönetim Kurulu'na danışmanlık yapıyor. Felsefe lisans derecesini St. Louis'deki Washington Üniversitesi'nden ve pazarlama alanında yüksek lisans derecesini Sciences Po Paris'ten aldı. Gada Hatem'i de kısaca tanıtmak istiyorum. Doktor Gada Hatem, jinekolog ve kadın doğum uzmanı. Liseyi Lübnan'da okuyan Doktor Hatem, İç Savaş döneminde Lübnan'dan ayrıldı. Tıp eğitimini Paris Necker Çocuk Hastalıkları Hastanesi'nde tamamlayan Doktor Hatem, 88-91 yılları arasında Saint Vincent de Paul Hastanesi'nde jinekoloji alanında uzmanlığını yaptı. 94'te tıbbi yönetim alanında, ardından 2011'de Paris'teki işletme okulunda yüksek lisans dereceleri aldı. 2011 yılında Saint-Denis'teki De La Fontaine Hastanesi'nde doğum bölümünün başkanı olmuş ve kadınların genital sakatlanması konusunda bir onarım servisi kurmuştur. Tıbbi çalışmalarını sürdürürken özellikle şiddete maruz kalan kadınların çeşitli desteklere erişiminin önündeki engelleri fark etmesiyle bu konuda çalışmalara başlamış ve kadınlara bu desteklerin kapsamlı biçimde sunulması için hastane bünyesinde Maison Femme Kadın Evi'ni kurmuştur. 2014 yılında henüz finansal kaynağı olmayan bu kadın evinin çalışmaları sonraki süreçte hem özel hem kamusal anlamda finansal kaynakların bulunmasıyla aile planlaması, doğum kontrolü, kürtaj, kadın yönelik şiddet ve genital sakatlanma özelinde 3 ayrı birim kapsamında devam etmektedir. Ben sözü sevgili Gada Hatem ve Jessica Sprouse'a veriyorum.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Hatem, and I will let Jessica, who worked at the Maison des Femmes for a very long time, introduce what is exactly the Maison des Femmes. And I was wondering if I just put a photo of the house, no, I can't, to show you what it looks like. Never mind. Okay, Jessica, we'll listen to you.
Okay, I'll do my best to give everyone a verbal representation. A verbal representation so that you can imagine the beautiful Maison des Femmes, which stands for the Women's House of Saint-Denis, which is located just outside of Paris. Before I start, thank you so much on behalf of Rada and myself for inviting us to participate. This is a really wonderful conference and I think a great opportunity for everybody who's present. And Marcella, I wanted to mention two things in response to your presentation. The first is that I think in the United States, in English, we say survivors all the time. And in France, the word victime, victims, is still very prevalent. So there's still this semantic challenge, I think, that's being faced globally in how we speak about women who are survivors. And then the second thing that struck me from Marcella's presentation was that women are at the center of their own journey in Dire, and it's the same thing in Maison des Femmes. A woman is the instigator and also the driver for her parcours de soins, her journey within the structure. So the Maison des Femmes de Saint-Denis, the Women's House of Saint-Denis, is a multidisciplinary medical social structure. It has, its point of orientation is the woman who comes in with appointment or without, looking for help. She goes through an intake interview, usually which lasts about 30 minutes, in which she discusses with a professional what brings her in that day, what her primary concerns are, and then she's oriented to one of three parcours de soins, one of three units that all specialize in different areas. The first unit is the planification familiale, the family planning unit, which provides OBGYN services. It provides birth control, abortion services, things like that. The second unit, which is run by a midwife trained in serving women who are survivors of violence, is a unit dedicated to serving women who are survivors of sexual abuse, domestic violence, financial abuse, etc. And then the third unit, which Rada is actually the current director of, in addition to being the executive director of Maison des Femmes and also its founder, is the unit that serves women who are survivors of female genital mutilation. Selim, in your introduction, you mentioned that Rada used to be the director of the obstetrics unit at the De La Fontaine Hospital. And it was while she was there that she noticed how prevalent FGM, female genital mutilation, was in the population that was visiting this hospital. And so created a unit dedicated to serving those women in particular. Each of those three distinct medical units is supported by what we call a transversal team, a multidisciplinary team that includes a number of different professionals, social workers, sexologists, a number of psychologists, lawyers, a number of artists who run supportive workshops, which I'll go into in a second, physical therapists, medical examiners, etc. And the idea is that a woman has access to all of these services all in one place, all for free. And these services are based on and participated in based on her interest and need and desire at the time. The Maison des Femmes, in addition to these transversal actors, as I mentioned, also offers a number of workshops that are intended to help boost self-esteem and provide general skills, and to recognize that not all healing takes place in the context of a one-on-one consultation, but can also come through specific activities and through group therapy. There are 6 workshops now, a karate workshop, a self-esteem and art therapy workshop, a dance workshop, a theater workshop, French for non-native speakers, and there's certainly one that's escaping me. Theater, yes, and theater as well. And these are once a week, all operated by trained volunteers who are specialists in that specific discipline. All of this is contained within one single structure, because the idea behind the Maison des Femmes was that a woman faced too much difficulty in going from point A to point B and getting all of the different services that she needed when she was enduring a difficult experience or was a survivor of a past abuse. And so by centralizing all of these resources, we make things easier for her. We believe her journey more effective, both from a medical perspective and also from a social perspective, and allow professionals who are all working together to be better coordinated and to work in partnership with one another. I should mention as well that beyond the actual individual, and then, yes, thank you, Rada, for pulling up that slide. One of the really distinctive things that the Maison des Femmes put together back in 2019 was we installed what we call a police instance. We have trained police officers who are trained to work with women who are survivors of violence come into the Maison des Femmes once a week, where women can file complaints. So women can avoid going into local precincts where they may or may not receive the most welcoming reception from professionals. Marcella mentioned a similar issue where, depending on who you land on the day that you get there, you may find someone who's extremely well equipped to deal with survivors of violence. You may find somebody who is perhaps not as well informed. And the beauty of coming to Maison des Femmes to file a complaint is that you're guaranteed to work with a police officer who is trained to work specifically with women who are survivors of violence. And in addition, that work is going to be coordinated into that woman's larger journey at the Maison des Femmes. So it's something that, in respect of privacy, obviously, that her treating physician can be aware of, that her social worker can be aware of, etc. Outside of the Maison des Femmes, there are a couple of really important initiatives that we've been part of. The first is the duplication of the Maison des Femmes model, this idea of an interdisciplinary team all located in one place within France was a relatively new concept, and certainly one that's oriented around healthcare as the primary driver for that journey. That model has been replicated in a number of European and French cities, and actually international cities, which we're really quite proud of. The first was in Brussels. There are a number of other sister Maison des Femmes in other parts of France. And in, I believe, 2020, it might have been 2021, Rada and the team started up something, a national collective whose objective is to raise money and aid in the operation of all of our sister Maison des Femmes around the country. That at a very high level are the services that we provide. In addition to developing national and international partnerships, as you mentioned, Salim, in your introduction, conferences and colloquia with different professionals all around violence against women, and a number of other fun, amazing activities that we do on a daily basis.
Thank you, Jessica. I think it's a very strong presentation. Actually, we are working on two things: taking care of children, which are considered as being co-victims as well as their mothers, and offering welcome to all victims of sexual assaults, day and night, and offering them health issues and police, comment on dit, Jess, la capacité de porter plainte?
The ability to file complaints.
Voilà. And then psychological training and everything that Jessica explained will be offered to victims of sexual assault, because it's very difficult in France. When you have been raped, you have to go to different places, to the police, then to another hospital, then try to find a lawyer, and it's not so easy. I don't know if you have questions or if it's okay for you.
Çok teşekkürler Jessica ve Gada. İsterseniz Katya'nın sunumuyla devam edelim ve en sonunda soruları hep beraber alacağız. O zaman sizlere de ileteceğim. Ben şimdi sözü Katya'ya vermeden önce kısaca bahsetmek istiyorum kim olduğundan. Katya hem bağımsız sosyal hizmet ve ev içi istismar danışmanı olarak hem de sivil toplum alanında aile içi istismar, bağımlılık ve travmadan iyileşme alanında kadınlarla kıdemli sosyal hizmet görevlisi olarak çalışıyor. Aynı zamanda sosyal hizmet öğrencileri için uygulama eğitmeni. Katya'na çok sayıda ortamda sosyal hizmet uzmanı olarak çalıştı. Kaledonya sisteminde ev içi şiddet failleri ve aileleriyle birlikte çalıştı. Ve çok kurumlu ev içi şiddet koordinatörü olarak Lothian and Borders bölgesi polisliğine 3 yıl süreyle görevlendirildi. Kayıtlı sosyal hizmet görevlisi olmasının yanı sıra hukuk alanında LLB ve mesleki hukuk uygulamaları alanında diploma aldı. Ebeveyn Savunuculuğu ve Hakları adlı yardım kuruluşunu kurdu ve kuruluşun mütevelli heyeti üyesi. Katyona şu anda Edinburgh Üniversitesi'nde yüksek lisans yapıyor ve ev içi şiddetten etkilenen annelerle çalışan sosyal hizmet uzmanlarının etiği hakkında bir araştırma yürütüyor. Devam eden davalar için sosyal hizmet dava dosyalarının gözden geçirilmesi, aile içi istismar ve tarihsel çocuk istismar davalarından etkilenen vakalar için risk değerlendirmeleri hazırlaması konusunda mahkemeler tarafından sıklıkla sosyal hizmet uzmanı olarak görevlendiriliyor. Katyona aynı zamanda İskoçya Çocukların Duruşmaları isimli sivil toplum kuruluşunda bağımsız rapor yazma görevi üstlenmektedir diyerek sözü Katyona'ya veriyorum.
Hi, I take it that was my introduction to me. Hello, I'm glad I'm here today. I'm Katrina Grant. So my name's spelled Catriona, but it's pronounced Katrina, it's Gaelic. And I'm here today to speak about sort of the institutional responses to domestic abuse in Scotland and across the UK. I want to talk about sort of like three things and end on one thing. And I'm a social worker. I've been a social worker for 25 years, and I've been a political activist in the feminist movement for about 30 years. And I'm currently doing a master's at university just now, and I'm pondering about really failure to protect, why women are seen to fail to protect their children when there's domestic abuse. I'm also a kinship carer, which means I look after my nieces as a single parent, and I think that brought me back to activism as well when we see where social work is, and I'll get to that as well because it is a crossover. For me, I've worked in the violence against women field for 25 years and mostly worked with women, adult survivors. And again, we're having a big debate about the language. What do we call? I've always just called them women, but obviously there's survivors, there's victims, there's adult victim survivors, and depending really where I am, I find myself using different terms. So if I use victim, I might interchange between women, I might interchange between victims and survivors. And one of the issues that I have come across as a social worker most recently in the past 10 years of my practice, I come from perpetrator programs. So I worked with the women and the children in perpetrator programs when men were convicted of perpetrating against their partners and ex-partners. And I was seconded to the police, and I worked there for 3 years, helping them with their processes, and then left to go into the voluntary sector and to study to be a lawyer. And to look at, and then I found that myself working predominantly with women who were in recovery from domestic abuse, addictions and mental health, who'd been separated from their children because of domestic abuse. And I think, this is a big question we need to grapple with. I also have founded a charity called Parental Advocacy Rights, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, but I'm just going to come back to all the failure to protect and mothers being separated from their children because of domestic abuse. I don't know if it's a matter that happens throughout Europe. Unfortunately, because I only speak English, I only read about what happens in English-speaking countries. So I don't know what happens in France and Germany and Italy and Turkey if women actually face losing their children because of domestic abuse. I'd hold my hand up to that. So I'm Scottish and I live in Scotland, and I'll try to look at the state of play across the UK, okay, about all this. In the UK, as is in most countries, domestic abuse has been criminalised. And in Scotland, we have existing legislation that allows for coercive control to be criminalised. So not just the physical violence, not just shouting and threatening people, but actually the whole gamut of domestic abuse. And we've actually pulled all the different forms of domestic abuse under one piece of legislation and one act. So you will be charged with a domestic abuse act with a description rather than just like the Telecommunications Act or a breach of the peace or whatever it used to be beforehand. That has been introduced in England and Wales. through their new Domestic Abuse Act that's just been passed through the Westminster Parliament. And also what's really important that's happened in Scotland and now in England and Wales is that children will now be seen as victims in their own rights, just for being in the same household as a victim of domestic abuse. Then a child will also be seen as a victim, and then there will be a criminalisation around that when that happens. Now, I just want to put into context about the figures. In England and Wales, we've got over 700,000 police call-outs for domestic abuse. And in Scotland, it's about 60, 70,000. In England and Wales, in 2020, now this is before COVID, so March 2020, so we're not taking into the figures that take us into COVID, is that there was 61,169 prosecutions. And that, but that was a big, massive fall from 78,624 the year before. So actually, the prosecutions, we've got all this new legislation, the police are all up for it, yet prosecutions are going down for domestic abuse. And I know it's really plummeted because of COVID, because of how the courts have been working. But also, we do have about 25% of the of court processes get dropped. There's they're not a successful prosecution, and mostly that is not just because of lack of evidence, but it is actually because the victim survivor themselves either doesn't want to go to court, doesn't turn up in court, or doesn't agree with what the police have said and doesn't want to interact with that. So I think we need to look at why and how that happens. And England particularly, domestic abuse is not seen as a gender-based crime. It is in Scotland, it's called a gender-based crime in Scotland. But when I go look at the figures from England, the 92% of the defendants that went to court were male, and so that tells you that it's still men that are going to court, even though if England and Wales don't see it as a gendered crime. And also 77% of the victims were female, 16% were male, and 7% weren't recorded for whatever reason. So it is still a gender-based crime, no matter how it is framed. There's some movement in the UK to change the narrative from why does she not leave to why does he not stop doing what he's doing, and moving the responsibility onto the perpetrator, moving away from the victim blaming perspective. And in the UK, the Westminster government have given £20 million to work with perpetrators and their families in England. In Scotland, we've got what's called the Caledonian system, and that's the system that I worked in, which was for perpetrators, their female partners and their children, and that's been rolled out throughout Scotland. I wrote the children's manuals and the women's manuals for that service. So that's not instead of, like Marcella brings up the point, we don't just want perpetrator programs just because they say we should be here. They should be accredited, they should be professional, they should be holding perpetrators accountable, and they should give the figures and the statistics that show the work that they do is good work, and it should never take away from the women's provision, from children's provision. But over COVID, what we did see in the UK is that women were reporting domestic abuse, but the court system slowed down, the child protection system slowed down, everything slowed down except from actually the women's sector, which I work in, where we were very, very busy. We also saw at the beginning of COVID that there was more women being killed. There was a spike at the beginning of COVID of women being killed. And in 2019, Karen Inglis-Smith in the UK counted that there was 117 women had been killed by men, and obviously there was other women who'd been killed. We just didn't know who the person was. And so actually we need to still be looking at the violence and the risk that comes with domestic abuse. And there's a lot of focus, as it should do, with social work and the police working together. But what this I think has brought about is, in the past 20 years in the UK, is an increase of children coming into care, an increase of children being taken away from their mothers, And, you know, really without really a good enough discourse around that and acceptance is that's how it's got to be. So now what we have in the UK is a crisis in the care system where we don't have enough foster carers, where we're privatising residential care, and mothers are finding it harder and harder to see their children once they're separated. And also in the UK, when we have adoption, most adoptions are closed. So that means the child's identity has changed, goes over to a new family, and the mother or the father and that other family no longer is part of their family any longer. And all that they get is photographs and maybe a birthday or a Christmas card exchanged once a year. So we really, really need to challenge that. And myself as a social worker with some other social workers and some other women who have experienced having their children taken away from them have set up a new charity called Parental Advocacy and Rights, and it works with mothers who are having the children taken off them. Now, the majority of the women have very many stories of how this has happened to them. Some of them is about direct abuse. Sometimes the women have been involved in harming or hurting their children. We're not going to pretend that didn't happen. And there has been drug use, and there has been poor mental health, and there has been trauma. But actually, almost all the women we speak to, give or take a few, domestic abuse has been there for a long time, and it's not been addressed. And they're seen to have failed to protect their children, yet they have asked for help, they've asked for support, but the support and the work that they do is seen as not being good enough. So we really need to start asking questions about social work, about child protection, about violence against women and domestic abuse. Is this how we want it to be, that women are therefore frightened? So what we have in the UK and Scotland is women are frightened to phone the police because social work will get involved, and they then feel that they're at risk of having their children removed from them, rather than it'll be a supportive service. And particularly if you've already had a child removed from you, and then domestic abuse continues, or you go into a new relationship and there's domestic abuse, and you've got another child or more children, you will know what the consequences were from when you phone the police. So I just want to put it out there about, from a social worker and from a feminist point of view, what do we do about that? So our organisation, Parental Advocacy Rights, that we've set up actually challenges that, and I really see it as part of activism. The really good thing that's happening though in the UK is that's actually come from America, which is a safe and get together approach, and I don't know if people know that, which again is within the child protection setting for domestic abuse. And what that does is it holds a safe place for the adult survivors, they call it. It's not a gendered program, though they recognise gender bias, how mothers and fathers are seen in society. But what it does is it promotes the safety and stability and the nurturance of the non-abusive parent and the child, which will predominantly be the mother and the children, and as holds perpetrators accountable for their behaviour, and not just in the criminal justice system, not just that they have to go to court, they have to be convicted, but asking them questions about who takes children to school, who looks after the children, what are you doing to support your partner, etc., etc. And I think that the Safe and Together model, which actually offers a suite of tools, has been really helpful, of moving away from blaming victims and survivors and actually holding perpetrators accountable. And that might be the dads, but it might also be what we call the social father, the stepdad, mum's boyfriend, or any man that's got like a role in the child's life, and that he has been thought about. As I say, it's not gender specific, but it's very, very clear about gender double bias. And I just want to go back to when we don't hold the perpetrator responsible for their behaviour, then what happens is all the focus goes on the survivor, the victim, usually the mother, and therefore then we create a paradigm where she is seen as almost the perpetrator towards her children, as opposed to the person who's actually having criminal behaviour enacted against her. And, you know, over the past, as I said, over the past 20 years, particularly, you know, there's been a heat spot on mothers, I think, also including in the family courts, where women, when they're going for a divorce, are wanting to say that they don't want their partner to see their children or to argue about contact, are being told by lawyers not to mention domestic abuse, and often are being accused of parental alienation. And so some of those women are also coming to PAR to ask if we can help them. We campaign for direct advocacy for mothers, but also policy change, so that actually women can, and mothers and parents and dads as well. We don't really work directly with fathers, but we don't exclude talking about men, but we are predominantly a women's organisation. That we're asking that there are parental advocates assigned to families when there is a child protection matter, particularly when there's domestic abuse. And for me, I do that advocacy with a safe and together approach, and also my background is working with women experiencing trauma. And so actually we needing to challenge the system that is there meant to be protecting. So now I find myself for years and years and years being involved in a system and designing a system to protect, to challenge domestic abuse. I'm now finding myself on the other side going, wait a minute, what are we doing to these mothers and these children? We need to really think about this. And you know, if all the focus is on her, and not all women always use the services that are there, then we have a bit of a problem. I actually think I've seen over the past sort of 30 years in the UK, a split between the women's movement and the women's sector. So I count myself in this. So I'm a professional, I'm a social worker, I'm legally trained, I'm trained in social work, and I've become a professional. Yeah, at one point I really was an activist, and I find myself going back to being an activist, particularly through the parental advocacy rights. So what we have is in the UK, they reckon it's £36 billion is lost in the economy because of violence against women or domestic, and yet, and we have more and more funding than we've ever had before to women's refuges, to women's projects like the project I used to work in. I worked with women in recovery from addiction and trauma and domestic abuse, perpetrator programs, refugees, and all the rest of it. But I'm seeing that actually violence against women does not seem to be decreasing. So we have to be asking a question about that. So, you know, reforms are necessary. We've campaigned for them, we've fought for them, and we need them. We need the reforms. The changes in legislation that's just come through in England has been really, really welcomed by the women's sector and indeed the women's movement. Women need the services, but they do come at a cost if we don't challenge the deep-rooted institutionalized ways of working. So what happens when we raise our voices and say children are affected by domestic abuse, and the consequences are that they are taken away from their mothers? That can't be right. And what do we do when activists like myself, so I'm not like pointing a finger at anybody else, you know, become professionalized in a way where we're no longer demanding more than what we should be demanding? And what happens when the academics are worried about their funding, and so, you know, so they choose what to research and what not to research? You know, does that cause a tension? I don't know. So I'm seeing in the UK just now some really good practice in social work and around, but I do think there is a tension between what we've called for and what we wanted, and then what is happening to women, particularly to mothers and children. And that might just be happening in the UK and Australia and in the USA, and it might not be happening in Europe, and I really hope it isn't happening in Europe. But I just want to put it out there that actually, despite working very hard in this sector, we actually, sorry, this is my cat, we are actually finding it that has come at a cost to some mothers, particularly mothers in the domestic abuse field. But I'm willing to answer lots of questions on perpetrator programs, on parental advocacy, on child protection, safe and together. But I'm up for the fight. I'm up for changing things, and I'm up for the challenge of saying, no, let's do this well, but actually you can't have it at the cost of women all the time. So thank you for inviting me. I wished I was there rather than my living room. And I'm sorry to Salim and all that who've been trying to contact me, but my boiler broke up, as you can see, blew up. It actually blew up. You can see it in my kitchen. I've had a terrible time with my boiler. However, I'm here now, and I wished I was actually with you all in real life, because that would have been really good. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Çok teşekkürler Katyana. Kediyi de gördüğümüz için ayrıca çok mutluyuz. Dahil olduğu için. Ben gelen soruları biraz toplu olarak okumaya çalışacağım. Katılımcılar, sizler sorularınızı yazmaya devam edebilirsiniz aşağıdaki Q&A kutusuna. Bazı sorulardan yanıtlananlar oldu panelistler tarafından. Ben hani daha böyle birkaç paneliste daha yöneltilen soruları orada tekrarlayacağım. Üzerine ve başka katkılar belki gelir diyerek. Öncelikle şunu hani bu Marcella özellikle sana gelmiş bir soru, fakat tabii ki diğer konuşmacılar da yanıtlayabilir. Uzmanlar olarak kamu ve diğer aktörlerin birlikte ortak bir anlayış geliştirmesi için en etkin stratejinin ne olabileceğine dair bir soru var. Bir diğer soru ise sığınak sonrası kadın ve çocukların izlenmesine yönelik nasıl uygulamaların yapıldığı sorulmuş. Dilerseniz bunlarla başlayalım. Diğer sorularla devam ederiz.
Yes, about the networking, I think that, of course, as I said, managing to have all these different actors with these different approaches, different also institutional mandates, and with these prejudices. We can't forget how many prejudices there are between different professions. No? I mentioned that the hierarchy and so on is certainly not easy. And that's why I said that it needs time. It needed time to build up, first of all, respect for what we do. So to be, because I mean, I always say women activists and women's services experience the same thing women experience. Mm-hmm. They are not taken seriously. They are not professional. They are not believed. So we, as well as women activists and services and professionals, have to fight to be taken seriously, to be listened to, and to have value. So it's nothing new, unfortunately. So this is the first thing we really, and I add something new, which I am considering since a few years. The new characteristic I add, which this women's specialist services as a core of the network have to have, is not to be obedient. And I have a particular theory about that because, and I think this is something I would like to say also to Catriona when she was saying, I'm an activist who's now a professional. And what does it mean? I become a professional, I go, let's say, into the system, or what does it mean? And I have always been an activist and a professional. I have never sort of had different phases in my life, and it has reciprocally nourished my activism and my professionalism. And that was very important because that made me stronger on both sides. It made me stronger as an activist because I could say, sorry, I know what I'm talking about. But not only because activists have to be professionals to know what they talk about, but in this word, sometimes you have to say that. And being a lawyer, of course, helps. That's the hierarchy. I mean, this is the society. Like being a doctor helps. That's like it is. On the other side, as a professional, when I say I mean, and I was a professional in the courts, and you know how strict courts are about hierarchy, how the judges are absolutely untouchable, and how everyone has to be hoping that the judges has a good mood, that they listening, that the judge might understand, that the judge might not be misogynist, that the judge, so you have to sort of go through all these fears, which the women goes through too, to be an efficient, to have an efficient answer from this professional. So what I learned is that I don't have to be fearing anything, that I don't have to be obedient, means in the sense of trying to fit in trying to fit in the mood of someone, trying to fit in their values, trying to fit in. No, this is a losing battle, a lost battle. If you go there, you actually do what the whole society, this patriarchal society, wants women to do, and that is stay at your place and stay there. And you're only allowed to come up when I tell you, but don't dare you standing up, because then I have to hit you back, because this is not obedient. So I learned that I am much more respected if I'm not obedient, because this is, it's seducing to be obedient, because of course you have to reach a result. So it is seducing to think, okay, what does this judge want to hear? How does this social worker want this woman to be? And we know that many services want the women to be weak, to be begging, not to be strong and stating her rights. Because if she does that, she's arrogant. She's not to believe anymore. There is something strange, because she's not a victim like I want her to be. I mean, this is not a joke. I mean, sometimes we even have to tell the woman, please. And that I'm not willing anymore. Because one strategy was to tell a woman, please be quiet. Don't be too strong. Don't express too much your anger. You're being absolutely appalled what has happened to you, but be well educated. No, because that brings us back in this pattern, and we will never break them. We have to be absolutely strong ourselves as professionals, and that gives and allow the women to be strong, because they are, and we have to be. They are allowed to be appalled. They are allowed to be telling someone that they are not doing well their job, that they are expecting something else. So I don't know if I'm answering, but this is for me very, very important. And this was also important in the networking. To be absolutely standing and sitting there at the same level as all the others, because sometimes we were putting ourselves down because in order to be accepted. Mm-hmm.
Teşekkürler Marcella. Ben İngilizce gelmiş olan bir soruyu okuyacağım şimdi. Özellikle Marcella'ya hitaben yazılmış ama diğer katılımcıların da bu konudaki fikirlerini duymak isteyen bir soru. Throughout all these years of political activism against violence against women and children, have you noticed common turning points for women? Moments when they finally realize the strength in herself themselves. If time available, I would like to hear other panelists' reflection on this question.
I think it might have just been my audio, but I didn't hear the question properly. Would you mind repeating it?
Yeah. Of course, just excuse me for a moment. I will go to the question again. Yeah, throughout all these years of political activism against violence against women and children, have you noticed common turning points for women? Like moments when they finally realize the strength in themselves, and if time available, I would like to hear other panelists' reflection on this question.
I can certainly respond colloquially, and then I think if Radha, if there's something you'd like to add, please do. And obviously the other panelists as well. I would say in my observations, given that Maison des Femmes is a healthcare structure and that so much of the care that we provide is around sexual health services, OBGYN services, the two critical turning points that we observed really frequently were during pregnancy. That was a moment, a sort of déclic, a moment of reflection for women where it felt like it was time that they could take steps for themselves to end the cycle and break the silence of the situation that they're enduring. And I would say that the other sort of critical and very frequently seen moment is around milestones in their children's lives. If there are, for women who have children, if there are things that are, if the violence is beginning to visibly affect how their children are behaving, that is also an instigator of a desire and even if the desire was always there to change, it's an instigator of action.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think I would completely agree with you, Jessica, pregnancy and children, but I also think it is about what resources women have and what support women have. Women has, I've worked with women a long time, and sometimes their bottom line kept moving and moving and moving. So it wasn't necessarily their bottom line, like, if he does this, I will do that. But when they had resources and they had the services and had the support around them, it wasn't necessarily leaving the relationship. It was like the ending of the relationship, where she was started to do things differently, like go to college, look for work, and but obviously all women are very, very different. But I do think the biggest push for women, I think, is their children. But they need resources to be able to end the relationship safely as well.
Can I add something? Yeah. I bring data from the femicide. And in Italy, at least, but not only Italy, most women who are killed had been looking for help several times, most. So the non-adequate responses have the responsibility of these women being killed. And this is a model for the women who are in the situation where they feel they could be killed. They hear that these women have been killed despite having asked several times and again for help where they should have asked it, in all the places which I have mentioned. So of course, this is very disencouraging. This is frightening, because women are frightened and they have the right, they have right to be frightened. And so I come back to the adequate responses. How many women tell us, I tried there and they said, and they didn't react, or I said that, but they said, look, this is the father of your children, you won't do it, and. So again, for me, I'm sorry, I might be repetitive, but it's really the response. Women, even if they're not experts on violence against women, but they realize and they feel what is around them, and they really understand and feel when they can ask for help and when it's better not to.
Yes.
I think that really emphasizes the importance of the interdisciplinary nature of these different models that we're talking about, right? Because if you can provide all of these services in one location with staff that are trained, ideally to support women, you lower the chance that women are going to come by an inadequate response and therefore keep trying and running up against a wall every time that they're looking for help.
And if we can add to what you just said, the adequate response is not only structures and services, it's culture. Because we might have a lot of places, think about the police. There is police everywhere. Police is present in all little places and bigger places. But if the cultural response is wrong, that's it. I mean, even if the structure is there, it doesn't work. That's what the Istanbul Convention, again, I'm sorry, we are in Turkey. I really wish and want to remind this very important instrument, has been very clear about it. Prevention is training and all sorts of professional.
Can I just comment? And I think that, I know in the UK about the police, you know, we really do rely on the police, and we rely on the police to be safe and to be professional. And, you know, we've just had a police officer convicted of the kidnapping and raping of a murder of a woman. And he used his police badge, he used his handcuffs and all that. He had been known by his colleague as the rapist because women felt uncomfortable in his company, and they called that was his nickname at work. So when we don't, I mean, that wasn't a domestic abuse case, but it was a horrendous case where it happened during COVID. He stopped in the streets saying, why are you out and about during COVID? And the defence that he gave to the police when he was being interviewed was yes, I did kidnap her, but it was because I underpaid an Eastern European prostitute, and then her pimps were after me, and I had to go get them another woman to deliver them. And he thought that was an okay defence to give to the police officers, and who was called, and so if that culture isn't challenged as well, then it really has a big impact on the whole of women in society as well, and particularly when we're wanting to change police responses. So, you know, that's been a very public thing that's happened in Britain just now, and quite rightly, everybody's shocked by it. I put in the chat about a book that's a very good book. It's in English, obviously, called In Control: Dangerous Relationships and How They End in Murder. And it's got a very good 10-step process of multi-agency working with women when they say that they feel they are at risk of like being killed by their partner. I'd recommend that book.
Just one last detail, because your book recommendation reminded me of something, of a tool that we have available to us in France and at the Maison des Femmes, which I think has been surprisingly effective. There's a tool when we're talking about moments that allow a woman to have this transitionary moment in her head and in her behavior, and in seeking help. There's a tool called the violentomètre, and it's a ruler that goes from left to right and indicates a list of behaviors that are increasingly aggressive, dangerous, violent. And Rada uses this in her clinic. A number of our other physicians and professionals do as well. And it's a really useful tool for helping a woman visualize that what she's experiencing, A, where it falls on the spectrum of normal, and then B, that this spectrum progresses, and that what's happening right now might seem okay, but what's happening right now could also lead to much more severe behavior later down the line. It's not a moment in that woman's life necessarily, but just an important thing yes, exactly. And an important tool that anyone can use kind of almost in their daily lives to help people understand that what they're experiencing isn't necessary, isn't acceptable, isn't their fault, things like that.
I think that's very interesting for the risk assessment. I mean, professionally called risk assessment, but it's I understand not only for professionals, but mainly for the women who can, together with the professionals, value and evaluate her risk, which is very, very important.
Can I ask other people, is there a problem in other countries about mothers having their children removed from them because of domestic abuse? Or is it a UK specific thing?
This is the main issue in WAVE since 10 years, I would say. This is not new.
No.
It had started and we could see it coming and coming and coming. And now it is an absolute enormous problem. I can tell about Europe, but I know I had a very interesting participation in a Canadian conference, and it's also absolutely a problem in the whole of I would say the Western world, as much as I can, Australia as well. So, and this is, of course, due to this aim to be equal, to be sort of giving fathers their rights, and then I mean, we could really see it developing and coming, and a lot of responsibility I see in this had also the communication people, media, because they were, I remember, I don't know in your country, but I remember there was 20 years ago, this fathers movement was finally something new, not always this woman and not this, and in fact it was expressing what every woman would have loved to, and the whole society, that fathers are fathers, that they take the responsibility. So it was a great hope. Everyone was really supporting this, but it was, of course, the voice of a totally partial view of those men who were actually fighting because the fathers who are fathers don't have time. I always say fathers who are really doing fatherhood, they don't have time to do what the fathers movements were constantly doing, always being around and not really doing. So this was a responsibility, because everyone, I mean, in our democracies, I can stand up and do a movement and speak up. Why not? But why do I get so much attention? Why do I get such a critical attention by the mainstream media? And this is for me very clear. It's not only the attention for the mainstream media, who always look for something new without interrogating what is behind it, but it's also a very good way of the patriarchal system to sort of convey in a good mission, because it's a good mission to be fathers, of course, but to convey the subtle fighting against women's rights. It was very clear for whoever was active, but it was not clear for many, many women as well. And now we are where we are. I mean, this is very, very, very dangerous situation. We have in many countries women who are not speaking up again anymore about violence, because they are told by other women, be careful. If you talk about this, you will be questioned as a mother. And this is unacceptable, but this is actually happening in many, many countries, I think.
Çocuklarla ilgili iki sorumuz vardı. Ben hazır böyle konuya da denk düştüğü için hemen onları okumak istiyorum. Özellikle Katyona'ya çocuklara sağlanan hizmetle ilgili paylaşımları için teşekkür ediyorlar. Türkiye'de çocukların kendileri ağır fiziksel şiddet ya da cinsel şiddete maruz kalmadıkça sistem içinde görünür olmadıklarını ve çocuklara yönelik sosyal hizmetlerin çok kısıtlı olduğunu görüyoruz. Annelerine hizmetler sağlanırken çocukların ev içi şiddetten her halükarda etkilendiğini ortaya koymak ve ihtiyaçlarını görünür hale getirmek için atılması gereken somut adımlar nedir? Bir soru daha var çocuklarla ilgili. Onu da okumak istiyorum. Çocuklar maruz kaldıkları ev içi şiddeti ne şekilde şikayet ediyorlar? Hangi mekanizmaları kullanıyorlar ve onları kim temsil ediyor? Şikayet ettikten sonra şiddet uygulayanların mahkum edildiklerini görüyor muyuz? Böyle bir istatistik var mı?
So firstly, on this matter, is when we're talking about domestic abuse, when I'm talking about domestic abuse, I mean, and within the UK, that's from a partner to a partner or an ex-partner. It's not from down the way towards children. It's not child abuse down the way or other family members, though that can come into gender-based violence. I think in the UK, we do have quite good services for children, particularly through the Women's Aid movement. They have excellent services for children. And there are good charities that give support to children. The biggest way that children are supported in the UK is through the child protection process, where the state says that we will protect you because you are a victim of domestic abuse, or your mother is, or your carer or your father is, and so therefore we will protect you. So that's the main way of how children in the UK are. And then really it's the majority of the voluntary sector that do the rest of the support towards children. As I said, in the Scottish and in the UK legislation, we have now in Scotland now, but in the UK and in England and Wales it's coming, where just being in the house, where there's been, or the household, where it might not be in the house, you might be staying with your grandma, and there's a domestic abuse incident and there's children, the perpetrator will be charged with an offence against the children as well. And we're seeing how that is panning out. It's just coming in Scotland and in England. And I think how children they complain about domestic abuse. I think children tell their supporters in their school and people that they know and all that what happens in the house. And I don't know if that's what you meant about how they talk about whether their parents are fighting and they're scared, or if you're talking about what the abuse that happens to them. I think that's a different movement altogether about actually calling out child abuse and for children in their own right. And the thing that I see in Scotland, although I can't speak for England and Wales, is I often see that children's personhood is negated. They're not actually seen as persons in their own right. They're seen as children of their parents, or they're appendages to adults. And I think that often gets in the way of children getting the support that they need, or their voices being heard, where their personhood is often denied. So we have a very good legal system in Scotland, that everybody in Scotland and the legal profession and vice versa, all over the place, so it was very unique and it's very good, and children have their voice. Yet I see all the time that children aren't allowed to come to the meetings, they're excused from the meetings, and with their personhood, the legal right has been denied of them because somebody else has been altruistic towards them, going, oh, it's a shame for them, they shouldn't come. So I think how children's voices in our systems, in our legal systems, and our child protection systems are heard is, we're quite far away from that. I can only speak about here, but we have a very good voluntary sector in the UK and Scotland that supports children.
I know that the question was for Catriona, but can we add something from, yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. I was going to add that there are, on the part of how children are disclosing, at least from our perspective, there are also two additional vehicles. There's first, the Maison des Femmes, the Women's House, works with adolescents on a regular basis, delivering sexual and relational health classes. This is part of, an educational obligation in France for children to receive sexual health classes, and the Maison des Femmes team goes out and delivers them or hosts them internally. And these are really wonderful opportunities to talk to kids ages, 11 to 18 about what healthy relationships, bodies, gender identity looks like. And it's a really good opportunity to introduce people to the structure. So that can be a way where we begin to introduce people to the structure and then invite them to come back for a consultation, because it's open to minors as well. So that those sexual health classes can be a really good opportunity for disclosure from children to professionals. And then the second way would be in actual consultation with an OBGYN for the very first time when you're getting birth control, with a psychologist you might be seeing, with a social worker. These are all wonderful, these not wonderful opportunities, but these are all chances that we have to hear from the kids in our communities that we serve.
Çok teşekkürler. Bir başka soru var, nafaka ile ilgili geldi. Öncelikle sanırım Marcella, senin bu erkekler grupları ile ilgili aktardığından hareketle bir yorum olmuş bizde de. Birkaç sene önce bu erkek grupları ortaya çıktı. Çok da tesadüf değil tabii ki, Avrupa'da işte çeşitli yerlerde olan grupları biraz kopyalayan bir biçimde ortaya çıktı bu gruplar. Özellikle de nafaka karşıtı olarak örgütleniyorlar Türkiye'de. Türkiye'deki yasalarda var olan kadınların nafaka almasını sağlayan düzenlemenin ortadan kaldırılması gibi bir hedefleri var ve bu konuyla ilgili bir hayli yanlış bilgiye dolaşıma sokuyorlar ve çok ciddi bir çalışma, bir lobi çalışması yapıyorlar. Aslında daha sonra hem böyle Türkiye'deki şiddet yasasıyla uğraşan, hatta İstanbul Sözleşmesi'nin kalkmasını da destekleyen de bir gruptu bu. Her ne kadar hani çok da aslında yani bir yandan bir öz örgütlenme olarak da bakılabilir ama çeşitli siyasi gruplar tarafından da desteklenen gruplar bunlar. O yüzden bu benzerliği işaret edilmiş. Ve sanırım böyle birazcık böyle bu sorudan da bu yorumdan hareketle de boşanma sonrasında nafaka ve ekonomik şiddet konusunda kadınlarla nasıl dayanışma kurduğunuza dair bir soru var.
Can I start, maybe? I think this is a very important point to stress the economical situation of women in our society, generally speaking, and how much we know. For example, I don't know in your countries, but for example, this COVID crisis has in my country, which is a Southern European country, shown that we were all expecting an incredible crisis, especially of Italy, which has never been particularly economically stable and strong. And incredibly, we are already facing a very good position, a good situation of the economic. We are not in crisis anymore. We are in growing more than before COVID. But, and that's the good, very important point, women are totally out of the market. Women are not at all participating to this new increase, this sort of rebirth of economic issues. And it reminds me, even if I wasn't there, but I read history, it reminds the after war period where women were sent back home. They were sent back home. They had managed to bring countries through war and everything because the men were, of course, engaged in something else. And then once, and this is in many revolutions as well, I know, I mean, where Gada comes from, I think it's the similar issue. The women fight, the women do create the conditions to be growing, to be being, and then they are sent back home to their place in the traditional role. And this is a danger which we always had, and which is confirmed now with this so sad economical crisis. I think all over the world, I can talk about my country, but it has always been a problem, the economic violence. It's structural, as I just mentioned, and of course, in a traditional setting, or even not in a traditional setting, but even if I am a woman who works, but I am under threat in my home, I have to be, I can be under economic violence. This is a very, very clear instrument to really control. We know that violence against women is to be put at the same level and only works with control. And that's a very big instrument. So how to help? I'm not a friend of social measures which give you a little bit of money, which is a sort of little, okay, it might be an emergency help, but that's not the help, because it keeps me in this dependent position. I'm not dependent on my husband anymore, but I'm dependent on society, on a social system which still treats me as someone who is a weight for society, whereas I am not. I'm capable. I want to give my energy. I want to contribute to the growth of society and my life. So again, and this has been said very, very clearly, I must say, in the last 2 years by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, by all the agendas and things. It is violence against women goes together. The fight, tackling it goes together with tackling and promoting gender equality. So tackling gender inequality and promoting gender equality. And this is absolutely, it's always been said since the last 40 years, but now it's clear more than ever.
There are a few vehicles in France also that are quite useful. The first is the ability of the woman. Let's say a woman finds herself in a situation where her partner is controlling her finances, taking her paycheck, things like that. There is there's legal access which allows a woman to open her own bank account in private without her partner knowing about it. And then in addition, in situations like that, in general, we try to direct women towards social services and legal services in the case where a woman's not receiving alimony from her partner and should be, or where she doesn't have sufficient resources to support herself or her family. There are different public funding structures available to her. They're difficult to access, obviously, especially if you are not a native speaker in the country where you're living. But facilitating that is a step in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and in the UK just now, at the beginning of COVID, the government gave anybody who's on universal credit, like state benefits, an extra £20 a week. And this week they've just removed that £20. So that's £80 odd a month. At the same time, when we've got gas and electricity rising through the roof, it's gone up by 40% over 3 days, our gas and electricity in the UK. And food prices have gone really, really high. We've even got petrol and food shortages in the UK. So actually people are in much difficult situation they were. And then we've just had a benefit cut for women who are experience not just gender-based violence, but just predominantly for women who are looking after children, single parents. That's going to be a big cut to their money. I agree, it's not just about giving government handouts. We need to have women who are able to work, childcare, the resources that women need. I know what I need. I know what I need to be able to participate. And so if I know what I need, then it must be for all women. It's about the ability to fully participate. But I think economically, and I do quite a lot of work with women who've been financially abused by their partners, who take them to court, and they employ fantastic legal teams, and the women are relying on legal aid, and men hiding money, stealing money, and where women aren't like in the position to protect their resources in the same way as some men are. So financial abuse, actually, as well as not having gender equality, as well as facing losing your home and becoming poorer, is also a massive thing within domestic abuse, where it's really quite, some of it's really quite difficult to unpick, particularly when there's quite a lot of resources there. Some women get left with very, very little, and Scotland, if you get legal aid and you own your own home, so if you have to go to court against your husband or your ex-partner and you own your own home, they give you legal aid, but then they take out a standard security, a mortgage on your home. So when you sell your home, they claw it back. So, women lose their homes because of legal aid, not just because they're going to court against their husband to protect the children, but because legal aid then sells their house for them. So, and that's just not getting spoken about in the way it should be.
Çok teşekkürler. Bir koordinasyonla ilgili bir soru geldi. Onu okuyorum. Kadına yönelik şiddet alanında koordinasyon konusundaki sorunlarla politik olarak nasıl mücadele ediyorsunuz? Kurumsal olarak kamu ve devlet kurumlarıyla ilişki dinamikleriniz bu anlamda nasıl? Çözümünüzü nerelerden kuruyorsunuz şeklinde soruyor. Ben de şöyle minik bir şey eklemek isterim bu soruya, Türkiye'den doğru. İstanbul Sözleşmesi'nin çok zaten temellerinden biriydi. Koordinasyonu sağlanması gerektiği şiddetle mücadele ederken. Bizler de Türkiye'de uzun yıllardır İstanbul Sözleşmesi'nin uygulanması için mücadele ederken çok vurguladığımız konulardan biriydi. Özellikle son yıllarda İstanbul Sözleşmesi ile hem ilişkili olarak hem de genel olarak Türkiye'deki kanunların uygulanmasında pratikte tam bu koordinasyon eksikliğinin kadınların hayatlarında neye mal olduğunu görünür kılmaya gayret ediyoruz. Şöyle yani birazcık somut örneklerle paylaşmak isterim bunu. Örneğin kadınlar bir haklarından yararlanacakları zaman bu bir gizlilik kararı olabilir örneğin. Bu kararın yürürlüğe gireceği iki kurum arasında uyum sağlayana kadar çok ciddi kadınların mücadele vermesi gerekiyor. Yani tam da bu kurumların bu birbirinden habersizliği ve bu koordinasyonu sağlayacak, daha doğrusu bu koordinasyonu sağlamakla yükümlü olan merkezi kurumun bu temel görevini yapmıyor olması. Zaten hani bir gizlilik kararı aldınız, daha sonra o gizlilik kararı her kurumda çalışsın diye gidip böyle tek tek uğraşmak zorunda kadınların kaldığı ve onun kendisinin de bir mücadeleye döndüğü bir durum içerisinde bırakıyor kadınları. O nedenle sizlerin de bu koordinasyon ve kurumların beraber çalışması, sizlerin bu kurumlarla nasıl çalıştığı ve bu koordinasyonun neresinde olduğunuzla ilgili deneyimlerinizi duymayı çok isteriz.
If I can add, because I think it's clear that my presentation was not an exhaustive answer, but from the point of view of coordination, I would not find any other way than really making a constant effort by bringing together the people responsible for every agency to do what they have to do. And that's probably not enough, but I want to add an example so that maybe we can have an instrument more. We have to be really creative and think about everything, because I know that agencies are, of course, overwhelmed, and they don't want to, and they don't really manage to tackle about these contradictory practices, and the single one, the woman, is then the victim of this bureaucracy, this failing system. Initially, we had a very good sentence by the European Court of Human Rights, who condemned the state because a woman was killed because she was not allowed to be to be taken over in a refuge, because there was a bureaucratic rule of paying a certain amount of money, which is a sort of daily rate. She couldn't pay it. The services who usually do pay for her were not doing it. They were somehow missing out on this. They were working badly, and she was killed. And the state was condemned, not only to money, but of course the state goes back to these services. And we had a similar sentence with a prosecutor who did not take seriously certain things. The state was condemned to pay money by the European Court because this prosecutor did not do his duty, blah, blah. The woman was killed, and the state goes back to this prosecutor. And this, I can assure you, are cases which make has much more effect than us telling them for months and years that they have to do their duty, because all prosecutors immediately all over Italy knew, be careful, because that one colleague has been condemned and the state has asked for accountability. That service knows now that if they are late, if they don't work well together, if they don't work well for the protection of the woman, there are now also CIDAO. There are some international instruments which can come back and say, sorry. Unfortunately, most of the cases have gone wrong, but then I come back and ask for liability. So we have to be more professional in really bringing those services and people and functions to liability and to accountability.
I would add that, and this is perhaps a kind of idealistic American interpretation of the question, and I can't seem to shake being American no matter how much I try, but I think that the coordination question is relevant on two levels, right? Celine, the way that you put it is more of a macro level, coordination between agencies, between government structures. But going back to the point that Marcella made in the very beginning, if we start with the woman as at the nexus, at the center of whatever kind of care or support she needs, and let her drive that journey, and then ensure that the people who are working around her are working collaboratively together, then you're modeling at a micro level the kind of interdisciplinary and coordinated nature that you're hoping to see at a macro level. And I guess a sort of fundamental belief is that if we're able to do that at a smaller level, it will more easily replicate higher up the chain. In addition, participating in national networks, international networks, European networks at a nonprofit level is, also critical.
Yeah, I think actually the European Court of Human Rights legislation, we use quite a lot in Scotland, Opus versus Turkey, as a reason why you've got to do the work you've got to do. What we have in Scotland and some parts of England and Wales is what's called MARAC, Multi-Agency Risk Assessment Conferences. That does bring the agencies together where they discuss high risk cases. But actually, so that the management of risk, it happens collaboratively. But what I don't think happens collaboratively is necessarily women and children's care. Or so they'll discuss the risk, but actually what's going on in what support and care do the women and the children need? That's not discussed collaboratively, and neither discussed collaboratively really is if you're going to hold a perpetrator accountable and responsible, how do you do that? So there are pockets of collaboration, and good collaboration, I would say, but also it does fall away when it comes to, I think, the support and care. Again, the woman's having to find the person who's going to do what you suggest, Jessica, as opposed to just comes to her.
Çok teşekkürler. Son bir soruyu iletmek istiyorum sizlere. Bu yılın başından bu yana ülkemizde elektronik kelepçe uygulamasını kullanıyoruz. Yüksek can güvenliği tehlikesi bulunan ve olağan izlemeyle giderilemeyecek türden şiddet içeren vakalar şönimlerde, kurulan komisyonlarda değerlendirilerek uygun görülürse ve mahkemece onaylanırsa bu kapsama alınıyor. Acaba benzer uygulamalar diğer ülkelerde var mı? Varsa nasıl uygulanıyor diye bir soru. Bu arada belirtmek isterim. Şönim şiddet önleme ve izleme merkezleri Türkiye'de bakanlık tarafından kurulan bir kurum.
Could you give an example, maybe an illustrative example of how this Turkish agency works so that I can make sure that I'm understanding correctly?
Yeah, because I didn't understand either, sorry.
Aslında buradaki soru, ben sadece şönemin ne olduğuyla ilgili bir ek yaptım. Burada elektronik kelepçeyle ilgili bir soru var. Sizde elektronik kelepçe örnekleri var mı diye. Burada aslında elektronik kelepçe şiddet Türkiye'de farklı bağlamlarda son yıllarda yaygın kullanılan bir izleme yöntemi. Şiddet uygulayana elektronik kelepçe takılarak kadına yaklaşık bakan. Yani bizim çok böyle eleştirel olduğumuz bir konu. Onun da çok detayına girmeden altını çizmek isterim ama sizlere örnekleriniz için ben alanı veriyorum.
Yeah. So yeah, we have in the UK where perpetrators are given a bracelet, but it's controversial because they can only have that if they don't live with their victims. So they can't be made to live in the home with their victim or their victims. They would have to live somewhere else. So for very obvious reasons. I was once involved about 12 years ago about giving GPS bracelets to high-risk women so they could press the button so we knew where they were at any one time. But I think that when there was too much data breaches that were going on with that it made it quite difficult. But if it's about perpetrators being made to wear bracelets so that they're in the home, so we just know when they leave the house or not, I think that is really controversial, and I just don't really see how it helps women. But I don't know if that is what you're talking about, but that would be seen as very bad practice in the UK, but it would still happen because things always happen, but it would not be common. But I don't know if that's what you mean. We call them a tag in Scotland.
Thank you, Katyana.
There's also an electronic bracelet system in France, which was adopted not too long ago, I think, after a Spanish model. And it's not it's also controversial, also not a perfect tool, but not something that we can outright claim is not useful in certain circumstances. Of course, again, not the only resource that's available.
Yes, I can add that Italy has also, probably like France, only started a short while ago, but they are actually not applied for technical reasons and for whatever reasons. And I must say that as much as I know, none of the feminist women, of the women shelter women, has asked for this measure, because this is a typical answer, which seems the great answer to this. There's the security, safety, but as we've seen, I was answering on the chat to one of these questions. One woman asked if the punishment is sufficiently or high enough. We can see in all criminal systems that what is written in the law is absolutely high, sounds well, and so the electronic bracelet also. But in fact, as I said many times, the whole application is not really working. So it is more, I would say, a political demagogical measure to be announced when someone wants to show that they're doing something. But when you are going to investigate how is this really applied, how many times and whom to, it just it's not satisfying. Plus, I can say what Catriona said, it's technically very often very, very difficult to apply and dangerous, because it gives a sort of false safety to women, whereas then they are not safe in any case. Because I mean, what do you have? You have constantly someone running and immediately coming and stop the man when he's in your area. It's unthinkable with, at least in Italy, with 66 million people. I mean, this is not a little village where you can do something like that. We have never pointed on this instrument, and we will not do it. We much more prefer to change the whole culture and, as I said, the whole attitude and competence of all professionals than giving our safety to some mechanical instrument which does not work.
Çok teşekkürler. Son 5 dakikamız kaldı. Ben eğer uygulamak istediğiniz bir konu ya da son olarak paylaşmak istediğiniz bir şey varsa sözü sizlere verip sonrasında panelimizi kapatabilirim.
Marcella, I want to thank you for reminding me not to be obedient. I've never been obedient, but actually I've got a problem, and the way I was dealing with it was trying to be obedient, and I'm going to go back to it and stop being obedient. So thank you. And I think really to all the women is just don't be obedient. And, you know, I think Marcella's right as well about being an activist and a professional. The two things do go together, though I still have a big question mark, is if we are over-professionalising activists, and has that got in the way? And also about, I put the question out there again about what are we going to do about mothers having their children taken off them because of domestic abuse. It's a massive issue. It's almost becoming a pandemic level, and I think we need to be putting all our heads together and doing more about it. So thank you very much for inviting me to Istanbul. I've had a lovely time, and thank you for being part of the panel. Everybody else, thank you.
I can only add my thanking. I knew that when the Friends of Morcati do something, it for sure will be interesting. And in fact, my expectation was totally fulfilled. I'm very happy to have known Catriona and Jessica and Gara, because I heard a lot of interesting things, and I feel that we are really very, very engaged on the same goal. So thank you. And it's always enriching, and we always take home something. So thank you, really. Thank you very much for this lovely occasion and exchange.
I think we'd echo the same sentiments. Thank you very much for hosting, and thank you for all the wonderful questions from the audience. It's not always that you get such tremendous engagement from people who are tuning into events like these. Agreed that lots of things were learned, and this was a really wonderful opportunity and such a great conversation, great transnational conversation.
And last, we will not forget your Turkish women with all this movement about Istanbul Convention. We will really keep an eye on Turkey like we've always done. We really like and love your engagement and your courage. Thank you.
And Marcella, we would like to keep in touch with you because we are really interested by Italian experiences. It's not so far. Maybe we can come and visit you with Jessica someday.
Very happy to. Very, very happy to. I don't know, you can ask for my mail. Mail is always the best. You can ask Selima and she will absolutely. I'm very happy for every exchange, really.
Yes.
As we know, we can really copy from each other. So that saves us a lot of time. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you, Selima, if you can send us the email. And thank you for this meeting. And just I personally feel very close to Turkish women because I was born in Lebanon and I know very well this culture. So don't give up.
Çok teşekkür ederim herkese. Hem harika sunumlarınız için hem de çok canlı bir tartışma yürütebildiğimiz için çok mutluyum. Bizim için çok heyecan verici ve besleyici bir gün oldu. Bu vesileyle konferansın da bugünlük sonuna daha doğrusu gelmiş olduk. Ben bu sabahtan beri bizim böyle her sözümüzü büyük bir dikkatle çeviren çevirmenlerimize de çok teşekkür ederim. Katılımcılara da çok teşekkür ederim. Burada hep beraber olmak harikaydı. Görüşmek üzere başka toplantılarda. Dayanışmayla hoşça kalın.